Hello and welcome to another stream of Mass Effect. Hey there, Waffle. Welcome, dude. 2 streams in 1 day, let's go. Yeah, that's the beauty of different time zones. This is my Wednesday stream, so yesterday for me I did 2 streams in 1 day. And now I'm starting this stream on my Wednesday and it's still Tuesday for people. How's it going, Waffle? Hey there, Walker Man. Welcome to you. It's going really good, thank you. How are you? Cheers, Waffle. Thank you. Good morning to you. Something I started to do offline for this game was construct a guidelines kind of thing for me to go through. So what I actually want to do is have a look at journal and then see which assignments we've actually done. And just make note of that. Alright, so we did Tali's Pilgrimage. Hades' Dogs. Cerberus. Stress Call. Alright, that's all the assignments that I've done so far. Just wanted to make note of those. Later I'll go through this guide that I'm typing up and make some changes based on formatting, but also going into the wiki and looking up those missions and double checking that, because like I did with Witcher 3, because there's so much to this game, I'm doing like my own personal guide as I go through, and that'll also be for future references for new playthroughs as well, and just having everything in a list. So a list of all the main missions, a list of all the assignments, and notes on what needs to be done first to activate them, all that type of stuff. For example, there's 3 quests that are related to the background that you choose, but they don't actually become available at the Citadel until you complete at least one of the main missions, one of which is these here. So if I do any of those, then there'll be assignments at the Citadel unlocked that are related to Shepard's background. So there's one called Old, Unhappy and Far Off Things, but you have to choose the Spacer background to activate that and complete a main mission. Another one that can happen is Old Friends, but you need to choose the Earthborn background at the start of the game. And then you complete a main mission and you go to Chora's Den to get that one. Remember Me is a quest that pops up if you chose the Colonist background. And after you complete, the guide said, you know, after you complete Theorem, but we haven't got to that point yet. Or at least I haven't recognized what Theorem is. As in, like, I know it's a planet or whatnot, but in any case, you unlock that if you choose the Colonist background and after completing Theorem, Novaria or Pharos. So I chose the Colonist background for this playthrough. So when we complete one of these missions and we go back to the Citadel, the Remember Me quest will activate. So I've got a list of all that stuff and going through that, but I just wanted to grab the assignments that I've actually finished, and as I go through I'll fix stuff and add things like that. So it's 22:30 for you, is it, Waffle? Or 10:34? Yeah, it's starting to get late then for you. It's about 2:40 PM here. I actually forgot to add to the schedule, because this year I wanted to get a bit better at having some kind of schedule, even though I can't I can't really plan ahead of time necessarily and say this day it'll be this time, this day it'll be this time. So what I've decided to do this year is in the Discord, when I figure out when I feel like going streaming or whatnot, I'll actually post in Discord saying, you know, I'll be streaming in approximately, you know, an hour, 2 hours, 3, whatever the case is. And then usually I've been setting up on the schedule page on the channel when that time is. So if I know half an hour before I want to start that's when I want to start, I'll go to the Twitch page and then I'll add that time into the schedule. But I actually forgot to do it today because I had other things on my mind when I was actually formulating this guide that I'm going through right now, and what I'm actually keeping track of completely went out of my mind. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? We actually had a character in this game yesterday called Jax that we were told about. Now, these main missions, I'm not doing them yet. We're still working on these. Alright, so what I need to do is take note of these assignments that I currently have available. Okay, assignments currently available to do. Alright, so UNC Rogue 6. Alright, I still have that available, but when I was reading up on it, it mentioned about how there's another part to it. Alright, now that I've done that, I need to go in and look at these and then especially these ones with the collectibles, so I can make note of what I've got. Then that way, when I collect one, I can actually look at my document and go, right, we've collected another one, then alter how many. You going well, Ryu? Excellent. That's good to hear, dude. Alright, so locate signs of battle. Alright, so we actually do have now all the Solarian ID tags. Three of 3 and League medallions. 7 out of 10. Alright, so when I get more of those, I'll be able to look and then mark that off. Alright, Prothean data discs. We've got 4 out of 7 artifacts. Four out of 7. 4-7, my favorite number. Okay, so Prothean artifact. Turian insignias. Got an 11 out of 13. Got 6 out of 10 of those. And valuable minerals. Alright, so light metals, 11 of 20. Heavy metals, 8 of 20. Rare earths, 15 out of 20. And gases, 6 out of 6. There we go. Alright, so now I've got that. Awesome. Hello there, Spectrum. Welcome to you. Things are going great, thanks. I've been having a good week. And so far in this game, I've just been mainly doing side quests. These assignments. So there's still a lot of main missions that I was given that I have not yet done. But that's okay, because I'm enjoying playing through and getting these assignments done and learning more about the world of the game and more about the history of the planets and the different races and things like that. Plus, I'm getting a lot of credits for Shepard, as well as a lot of XP and leveling up and stuff. So it's actually going well. I want to focus on the assignments first, and then the main missions next. Kind of thing as I go through. How's things going with you? Now I need to figure out which one I want to actually do. Alright. Alright, let's do dead scientists. Alright, someone has been killing every Alliance scientist who was involved in a secret project years ago. The only project member still alive is located in the Newton system of the Kepler Verge. Okay, so Newton system, Kepler Verge.
Message from Admiral Hackett, Commander. Patching it through.
We just received your report. Looks like this Geth incursion was bigger than we thought. They were probably preparing for a major offensive in the system. We're increasing patrols in the Armstrong cluster to make sure they can't establish another foothold in the region. Nice job, Shepard. You saved a lot of human lives on this mission. Hackett out.
Thanks, Hackett. That probably didn't update anything, but there we go. Spectrum, pretty well. Saw your new therapist for the first time this morning and you think it's going to work out well. Oh, that's good. Because, you just never know sometimes how things are going to go. So I'm glad that, it's going to work out well, and that you're feeling positive. I don't know if I covered the planets here. I did. Good. Alright. It was the Kepler Verge and Newton. Don't think there's any other ones available at the moment. Turian insignia recovered. It's unclear what happened to this Turian. He had an ancient paper book with the Bostra outpost insignia printed on the cover. Hey Geeky, thank you for joining, and thank you for leaving the lurk as well. That's so satisfying. I'll go to that in a moment. But let's go down and see what this mineral is over this way. Just wanted to take care of that enemy section so that they don't annoy me. Like mosquitoes buzzing around your face.
I'm on my way.
Heavy metal surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of palladium. Nice. That looks really cool. Ryu, you uploaded some great stuff to the Discord. Awesome, dude. Get this shit out of here.
Got it.
Okay, Ryu, let's check it out. Oh, that's cool. Mortal Kombat in a Disney/Pixar style. That's really cool. Someone should mod that into one of the games, actually, and change the character models to be that. That's some really cool stuff. That's cool that you found that. That looks really cool. I'll just post a link to the Discord. Yeah, Ryu, looks really cool. It's very interesting when they do stuff like that. They take something and then they redo how things look in a completely different style based on something else. There we go. So there's a link to the Discord. And thanks for posting that, Ryu. Vicious Pixie, thank you so much for the follow.
You must die! Lost shield! Eat this! Incoming!
Targets down.
Ryu Liu Kang with almost Yakuza-like tattoos is pretty cool, or triad tattoos since he's Chinese. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's quite clever. Both the ability to not only just keep the characters true to what they look like normally, to make sure that people know who the character's supposed to be, but also at the same time make the style of how they look different to what you've ever seen in the source material. I think that is a lot of, talent that it would take to be able to pull that off. I mean, if it's an AI generated image, then that's a little bit of a different story though, but if someone was to do that as a 3D character model on their own, take a Mortal Kombat character but do them in the style of Pixar, then, that would be extra kind of like awesome. And the reason I say that about AI art is because anything that is a process that is made automatic sometimes gets flat out, considered inferior, but there'd definitely be something that AI generated art could actually do, especially if someone is trying to conceptualize something. You know what I mean? Like, some people might use it just as a guide. Like, they might be like, I want to come up with a character's look, so I'll just use some AI generated imagery to give myself an idea of what it could possibly look like, and then based on that be like, right, I know what to do now, and maybe tweak it to make it look even more like what you want. And then you got the whole, money side of it too. Like, let's put an example. Someone draws something from the ground up themselves and they complete it, right? And then you have someone who just uses the AI generation to come up with the art. Now, both of them have completed their projects. Now, out of the two, when they decide to sell what they've done, it's like some would say the person selling the art that they generated by themselves, as in they drew it themselves, would be more deserving of any money that they try to get by selling it than someone who actually sells the AI art, So I think that is sort of like another aspect to the debate, I guess, if you want to call it that, of AI generated art. And it goes for anything, it's like AI generated documents, you see those ads for, this document was completely written by AI or whatnot. It's like, at what point do we consider the use of AI generated things as being a viable way to do something? Or, the other argument you can make about AI generated stuff is people who don't have the skill level or the time to dedicate to actually creating these things from scratch might be able to benefit from having these sorts of tools at their disposal. But yeah, I think it's still one of those things where it's like some would consider AI generated art to be lazy and not worth buying, if someone was to try and sell it, versus someone who's spent the hours and hours and hours actually refining it and drawing what they want and refining it over and over and over again. Hey there, I'll review the dragon tattoos were in Mortal Kombat 11, were they? Okay, I didn't realize that. Zeus, welcome on in. How's it going, dude? Put a lot of time into to AC Origins today, aka Assassin's Creed RPG, lol. You made it down into Memphis, which is the name of the city from the US you're from. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. The core gameplay feels much more casual, jump in, jump out. Yeah, I think for me, the main thing about Origins is that as much as it does change the gameplay, as much as it does change the combat system, as much as it does change the level of parkour that you can do, and as much as it, adds a more in-depth leveling up system, because obviously Syndicate had a leveling up system, but it only got to a certain level that was very low in comparison, but aside from all that, there's just something magical to me about that game, and it comes together in the characters, but also the setting, the music, the performances, the atmosphere, the locations. There's just so much stuff that I love about Origins that really makes me really enjoy it. But it's undeniable that it's an RPG game, of course. I guess I sort of look at it as different degrees of RPG, though. Like, for example, like Assassin's Creed Syndicate, the fact that it's actually got a leveling up system, does that make it automatically an RPG? Probably. Origins goes a step further and actually gives you all these different weapon choices that have their own different benefits and all that type of stuff. So that's obviously an RPG thing. Plus you have a leveling up system as well, obviously. So there's that. And then you get the real big RPG, like you've got Odyssey, which has the open world. It has the it's got like the leveling up system. It's got the ability to get items and all that type of stuff, and have different things. But it's got more. It's got the fact that you can change your outfit pieces individually, and they have different stats and all that type of stuff. And then it adds dialogue choice into it, and it has multi-branching stuff. So I always like to think of Origins as like a light RPG Assassin's Creed. But if you don't sort of like go through those sorts of things where you're like, okay, this is a subgenre of a subgenre type thing, then it definitely is an RPG. If you just want to give it an umbrella classification of what type of game it is. Yeah, the AI art is pretty lazy sometimes. Yeah, and again, there's different aspects to it, and things like, someone who isn't that skilled in that area might just want to have something created that they can put into like a project, like they might have to show what something's going to potentially look like. And I could see people, especially filmmakers, using AI generated imagery to help with their storyboarding and things like that,
Stay back! I've got no grief with you. All I want is this bastard.
Please! He's a madman! Mr. Toombs, you're insane! You need help!
It's Corporal! Corporal Toombs! You don't get to lie! Not today! Today it all comes out!
Whoa, Toombs. Calm down, dude. Let me help you. No, that's not the Renegade way.
Lower your weapon and step away from the doctor slowly, or I will fire.
You fire, and there's a good chance my gun goes off. You'll be wiping your scientist friend off the walls.
Toombs is clearly crazy! Please, officer, help me!
You think I'm afraid to die? All that matters to me is killing the man who ruined my life!
Well, a renegade shepherd wouldn't even give a shit, in my mind, because it'd be just like, bold of you to assume that I care about the scientist.
What did the doctor do to you, Corporal?
We were on a cruise. When the Thresher Maws hit, my entire unit was wiped out. The Thresher Maws, the scientists were studying them. They let them hit our unit just to watch. I woke up in a holding cell. The scientists were delighted I'd survived. Now they had someone to run tests on.
You're killing them because they killed your unit.
You can't believe Toombs. He doesn't have any proof. I demand a fair trial.
Ever had Thresher Maw acid in your veins? I have. They wanted to see what it would do. They treated me like a lab animal. I only escaped because somebody destroyed Cerberus, their big organization. This is justice. This man deserves to die. So, are you going to kill me or not?
Ooh, this is awesome. Okay, we're gonna choose this obviously because I'm playing the Renegade path.
Corporal, if you kill him, you're a criminal. But I'm a Spectre. Nobody will question me.
You can't kill me. You don't know who you're dealing with.
He killed my whole unit. I have to take him down myself. It's the last thing I have to do.
You have to live. This is the Renegade option, but the way it's worded makes you think that Shepard's going to be like, but you have to live, come on.
No. The last thing you have to do is keep going to show these bastards who won.
It's really over? Maybe the screaming will stop now. I don't know.
To me, a Renegade Shepherd would be like, I don't give a shit. Now leave or something. I don't know. I do, it doesn't. But then again, that makes sense because it does fit the backstory that I chose for Shepard, where her parents were killed and family and friends were massacred and stuff.
All you can do is keep going. Joker, tell the 5th Fleet we need a ship for pickup.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Tomb stares at the scientist's corpse, his hands balled into fists. Slowly, with visible effort, he opens his hands and exhales. You catch his eye and gesture towards the door. He won't be left behind again. Aw, I wanted to kill him. That's the Renegade Shepherd way. But we still got Renegade points, so that's the important thing. But yeah, I guess, like, I'm not being fully serious, like, but I half expected the Renegade options to be, sometimes, in certain circumstances, a bit more aggressive than they are sometimes. Like, sometimes they are, you know, don't get me wrong. But sometimes they're not as aggressive as I think a Renegade would be, but there we have it. And now, before we leave, I want to actually go back into this building and explore and loot. Oh shit! I only just recognized the fact that it's one of those things where, of course, it would do it. So I guess on some level, I didn't notice because it's a standard thing. But I only just now actually looked at the change in Shepard's armor based on the new armor that I've had her wear and how it's different. Alright, so there's nothing special about that, unless later on there is something special about it. Oh well. Hey there, Waffle. Welcome back to you, dude. You reheated some cornbread from the other day. If only you could taste it. Yeah, dude. That's the other thing about being sick that I absolutely hate is any food that you normally find delicious, that you love the taste of, your taste buds are just wrecked from being sick, and you may as well be eating paper sometimes, it feels like. Just a terrible, terrible taste. Yeah, Waffle. Yeah, it's like, thanks COVID for that. Really appreciate it. Can't wait till next time. Underground facility. Let us go there and have a look-see. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Rod, you idiot. That's where you currently are. Duh, Rod! Jesus Christ. If I paid full attention to things sometimes, maybe I'd actually realize things earlier than normal. Waffle, you lost the smell as well? Oh no. That really sucks too. Oh yeah, report to Hackett.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
I reviewed your report on the situation, Commander. It's unfortunate Dr. Wayne ended up dead, but based on your report, your actions were understandable. Corporal Toombs seems to have found some closure, and hopefully with therapy, he'll have a normal life again someday. Thank you again for your assistance, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
Cheers, Bishop. Appreciate it. Not all synthetics are bad. I may be a synthetic, but I'm not stupid. Alright, so that was Dead Scientists. Now I can actually mark that off as a quest that I've done. I've actually done a lot of side missions when I look at how much I've done as well. Okay, so that is that. So we dealt with that. Let's see. Major Kyle and Rogue 6. Alright, I don't remember which one out of these two I got first, but it doesn't matter. We need to do both of them anyway. Alright, so we need to go to Hawking, Eater, and Century System. Actually, I should actually look at skill points now. Doesn't matter. Shepard's only got 1 point. I don't like seeing 0 points. Although, it does say 0 for these characters, but that's an exception. Main characters I like to see more than 0 points. It's good to have 1 just in case. Because you never know, sometimes if you leave 1 skill point left on the table. You never know, you might be in a pinch and you need to upgrade something specific, and you might just need 1 more point, and boom, you got 1 more point. If you have 0, you don't have that opportunity. Alright, let's look at equipment. Let's check the things that we have. Oh yeah, the Kessler 4. Haven't used the pistol much, but well, this is much better than the Kessler 3 or 4. Stiletto 4. Equip that. Stiletto 4. Pistol. Right, sniper rifles. Any better ones than the one that I have? No. You kidding me? I don't have shit. I don't have anything extra on the Striker 4. Well, I do in that, but not in this. So let's actually change that. nice amount of money that Shepard got. So now she has 256,781. Excellent. Turian insignia recovered. Digging under the beacon revealed a piece of scrap metal, likely from a very old freighter. It was marked on one side with the Macedon outpost insignia. Alright, so Turian. Maybe I got it all. I might have done. That was Turian insignias. There we go. Alright. So that is now done. I can move that to the assignments that have been completed. In my document I'm keeping. Discovery. The front of the rover is crumpled in from impact. A glance inside tells you the occupants, probably a team of illegal wildcat miners, are dead. Debris is still sliding down the furrows left by its tires, silent in the near vacuum atmosphere. Heavy metal surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of gold. Alright, there hasn't been a change on that. Oh, there has been, sorry, no. Alright, so now we have 10 of 20 heavy metals, whereas last time I checked I only had 8. There we go, I can upgrade that on my document.
Heading to position.
Moving out.
This is a private sanctuary. Outsiders are not welcome here.
I need to talk to the man in charge. It's important.
Father Kyle wants nothing more to do with the Alliance.
My name is Commander Shepard. Major Kyle knows me. I have to speak to him.
Wait. Father Kyle will speak with you. Head to the building at the far end of the compound. He'll meet you there.
Father Kyle says other humans are scared of us because they know we're better than them.
Just because we're biotics doesn't mean we don't deserve to be treated fairly. Just because we're biotics doesn't mean we don't deserve to be treated fairly. Father Kyle says other humans are scared of us because they know we're better than them.
Everyone looks at us like we're freaks, just because we have biotics. The Alliance sent assassins. Stop! I'm on it! I will destroy
What?
you!
I was just talking to the character, and that triggered that. Okay, fair enough. I won't talk to them this time then.
know you, the Butcher of Torfan. Why have you come here, Shepard? Why can't you leave us alone?
What happened to those other Alliance officers? The ones who came before me?
They wanted to take me away from here. They wanted me to abandon this place, turn my back on my family. They spoke blasphemy. I did what I could to make their end quick and painless. I had no other choice. It was necessary to protect my children. Only I can keep them safe.
I didn't come here to listen to a madman's preaching.
I speak, but you do not hear. You are like the others. A blasphemer who must die.
Shield!
That was awesome. What Shepard did there, that was cool. It's just like, fuck you. Boom. Don't know why it's not letting me just shoot at the body.
Get me next time. That doesn't happen again.
But wait, there's more. We're gonna go to the other area and clear that out too. Leave no stone unturned. That was a fluke shot. You'll admit you used to have COVID around last year in January. Ironically, you didn't think you had it, and sure as hell didn't feel like it. It was after it wore off when you found out you had it, was it, Ryu? I see. Yeah. Yeah, well that's it. I mean, some who have it never knew that they did. Easy money. So I think I might have worked out what I want to do for Mass Effect 2 and 3. So I vaguely remember that there's something that happens, and in Mass Effect 2 or something like that, there's something where Shepard's not 100% the same as they were or something. Or maybe I'm misremembering. In any case, I think I might have figured out how I want to play through Mass Effect 2 and 3. So in this game, I've been playing Renegade for my first playthrough. I was thinking, in Mass Effect 2, to make Shepard a paragon for the whole game, and then in Mass Effect 3 return to doing a whole Renegade playthrough. My thinking is it'd be cool to do a Shepard across a trilogy where in the first game they're like really ruthless Renegade, then they're like really happy paragon, but it was all a ruse throughout that whole story, and then in 3 Shepard reveals that no, I truly am a Renegade kind of thing. Because then in future playthroughs I could do this game as a paragon, and then 2 as a Renegade, and then 3 as a paragon, saying, you know, I had to pretend to be a Renegade in the second one, or something like that. But anyway, that's how I might play it. I don't know yet. When I get to Mass Effect 2, I might change my mind, but I think that'd be an interesting thing. And then if I do the paragon in 2 and then the Renegade again in 3, that's kind of like a really cool bookend, and like bringing a trilogy full circle kind of deal. Alright, I think we've done what I wanted to do here. Let's have a look at squad. Okay, so we have some more skill points. Excellent. Let's get some more Spectre training in. And assault training. Let's unlock that, and then advanced barrier. Nice. A Striker 6 sniper rifle. Absolutely. Let's grab it. Nice. Now this is cool too. Predator 7. Oh, it's a light armor. Okay. Not really interested in light armors. Alright. Back to the Normandy. Ryu, so apparently Seth Rogen's bastardization of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is due for August. Oh, yeah. How he still has a job in Hollywood, I don't know. He should just stick to selling his drugs. He'll make enough money to go away out of the limelight so we don't have to see his face in movies ever again. I'm sorry, I don't like Seth Rogen that much. I think there's just some actors that, you know, they get lucky and they become really sort of famous and they seem to get put in a lot of stuff, but they're not really that good ultimately. Who's an actor in comparison that I think is better than Seth Rogen? Jonah Hill. Yeah, I think he's better than him. Better than Seth Rogen. Jonah Hill. Alright, so journal. Assignments Major Kyle. Return to the Normandy. Let's file a report with Bishop. With Hackett.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Admiral Hackett here, Commander. Your helmsman just forwarded your report on Major Kyle. We never like to see civilian casualties, but I think we all knew how this was going to end. You did what you had to do. The news vids are going to pick up this story for sure, but we'll keep your name out of it, Shepard. Hackett out.
There we go, that's the end of Major Kyle. Now I can put that in the list of quests that I've actually done. UNC, Major Kyle. Now, we need to find Major Kenny, Major Stan, and Major Cartman. The original TMNT will still be the best film in the franchise. Much like Mortal Kombat 95, you're actually glad TMNT 1990 is the best in the franchise. Hands down, Ryu, absolutely. That first movie does a great job at combining the seriousness of the comics, which I never read, but I think fans of TMNT, it's common knowledge that the comic books were gritty and violent and serious, you know. So it did a great job balancing that, but at the same time incorporating the 1990s animated series, into it as well, and combine them together. You know, so while there are some really good dramatic, serious moments, there's also some really cool, light-hearted sort of like comedy. Obviously, the second movie, Secret of the Ooze, goes more in the direction of the animated series. But that first one is still a really good movie as well. There's a lot of emotional stuff to it too. Like, I mean, when I was a kid and watching that movie, when Master Splinter gets kidnapped, you know, I felt sad and all. But the scene at the campfire where they basically meditate, and then they have Master Splinter meditating too, and they have that sort of like astral projection thing. Like, that whole scene is very, very dramatic and emotional. And it wasn't until I was an adult that I recognized that scene for what that was. As a kid, it just went over the top of my head. I was more sad about the actual kidnapping of Master Splinter when I was a child watching that movie. And I still remember watching that movie for the first time. I was actually given it as, I think it might have been a Christmas present one year on VHS. Plus it has some great music in it too. Boom, 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 boom. That's my terrible rendition of it, but the theme in that is awesome. I reviewed both Mortal Kombat 95 and TMNT 90. Definitely helped put New Line Cinema on the map too, along with the Nightmare on Elm Street and other flicks. Absolutely reviewed the house that Freddy built, what it used to be known as, and they began, you know, doing a lot of really low budget, sort of like B, C grade sort of movies, and then they hit it big with Nightmare on Elm Street, and then, you know, you had the sequels coming out, and as much as the sequels started to get sillier and sillier, they were still making some big bank at the movies when they came out. That didn't happen for all of them though. I think Nightmare on Elm Street 4 ended up being the one, at least out of the, like, when before they did Wes Craven's New Nightmare, I don't know how much money that one made, but if you just look at the 6 Nightmare on Elm Street movies where it's actually Freddy and not the demon who is taking on the face of Freddy like it is in the 7th movie, but out of those I think Nightmare 4 still made the most money, but maybe it didn't, maybe 5 still did. Nightmare on Elm Street, which made most money. Alright, so obviously Freddy vs. Jason is part of the franchise, but I'm strictly talking A Nightmare on Elm Street 1 through to 6 essentially. Alright, so Freddy vs. Jason lifetime gross has made 82,622,655. But that, then again, there's probably inflation and everything. The Box Office Mojo has Nightmare on Elm Street 1 at 2nd place, Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master at 3rd, 3, Dream Warriors at 4, Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare at 5, Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge at 6. Oh, hang on. Get the remake off the fucking list. In my list, A Nightmare on Elm Street remake can just piss off. But anyway, so my mistake. I forgot that I tend to forget that the remake exists sometimes. So when I actually read Nightmare on Elm Street as 2nd place, I just thought the original. So if we ignore Freddy vs. Jason and we ignore A Nightmare on Elm Street remake, if we look at A Nightmare on Elm Street the original all the way through to the 7th one, New Nightmare. So Box Office Mojo has it that A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master, made more money than Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. That made more money than Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare, which is understandable. But Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare made more money than A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, but I would argue that Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge is far better than Final Nightmare. Then the original Nightmare on Elm Street didn't make as money as the sequel. And then A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, made less money than the original. And New Nightmare made less money than Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child. So there we go. So that's interesting. As for which one out of all those made the most money, out of A Nightmare on Elm Street 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, Nightmare on Elm Street 4 came out on top. But if you include the remake and Freddy vs. Jason in that, Freddy vs. Jason still made more money overall than any other A Nightmare on Elm Street movie, which is interesting. But then again, if we took the amount of money that all of those movies have made, and then we looked at all the people who spent money to buy a ticket or whatnot to see it, and we asked each individual person if they actually liked the money, like if they actually liked the movie, and in addition we asked them if they were able to get a refund on the money that they spent, would they? If we then took out the amount that the movie made versus the amount of money that people who didn't like it would get refunded, that'd be a different way to look at it then, I think. Because obviously when you go to pay money to see a movie, you don't know if you're going to like it or not. You might have an idea whether you might like it or not, but you might walk away thinking that was fucking pathetic and want to get your money back. But when they count the box office, they're not counting anyone who might get a refund. They're just counting everyone who paid money in that instance of paying the money and put it towards it. So out of these assignments that we picked up, we only now have one that is an actual specific go here, do this and see this sort of thing. These other ones are collectible stuff. And this one here, we can't get the next part, but that'll probably happen when we go to the second Citadel part of the story. Ryu, in a lot of ways you associate Mortal Kombat and TMNT with each other. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of similarities between the two. Both being fighting game franchises. Both being, you know, martial arts stuff and all that type of thing. Right, let's do this. UNC Rogue 6. Right, need to go to the Sol system. Cool. Nice. Alright. So I haven't actually covered reading these planets yet, which of course are our planets. Ryu, they're unique franchises, but they actually have a lot of similarities. That's true, exactly. They do have a lot of similarities, but they are different franchises to each other. You don't look at Mortal Kombat and say, oh yeah, that's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles franchise, or vice versa. Report to the ship as soon as possible. For road. Okay? Thanks for redeeming that, Drake. And welcome to you, dude. How's things going for you today? We've now reached the point in the game where we're visiting Earth. Alright, so let's start all the way out this way. Pluto. Pluto Nash is one of Sol's numerous ice dwarf worlds. It is mainly of note for being the gravitational anchor for the Prothean mass relay to Arcturus. Pluto and the Charon relay, formerly encased in ice and considered a moon, orbit each other. Pluto's orbit was circularized in 2157 as a side effect of the Charon mass relay recovery operations. You good, man? Just eating lunch? That's awesome, Drake. I'm glad to hear that you're doing great. And I hope you're enjoying your lunch too, dude. Saturn has been a major source of helium-3 fuel for fusion planets since the 2150s. The moon of Titan is mined for hydrocarbons and used as a hostile environment training facility for Alliance Marines. Jupiter. Jupiter's deep gravity well and lethal radiation have kept its moons from being significantly exploited. The largest outpost is Binary Helix Corporation's Nautilus facility, attached to the underside of Europa's ice sheet. Luna. An early source of helium-3, Luna is now mined for materials used in space habitat construction. 24 major stations have been constructed at Earth's L4 and L5 Lagrange points, all from Luna resources. Luna. That's cool. I mean, obviously we think of it as just the moon, but it's cool that in the Mass Effect universe, because obviously there's so many different moons on so many different planets, it's cool that they actually gave it this name Luna. Or maybe I just don't know that it's always been also referred technically to as Luna and not just the moon. But you never know sometimes. Hey there, Dr. Drip. I hope things are going well. Morla, dude, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome to everyone. Hey there, Geeky. Hey there, Ronnie. Welcome on in. How was your stream, Morla? I hope you defeated that ship. How did you go with that legendary ship battle? It's going great, Morla. We're going through doing more assignments and basically reading up on about planets that we haven't read up on yet in the playthrough. But yeah, it's going really great, Morla. Ronnie, Wasabi Wednesday. I don't know about wasabi. I've tried it. I don't hate it, but I'd rather have some pizza instead. Morla, you defeated all but the double. You need a couple of upgrades, but you're going to play the DLC, so it makes next week the full 2 days of streams, so works out okay. That's awesome, Morla. That's cool that you defeated it. So you've only got the double one left, so that's really good progress in that. And have you played the Freedom Cry DLC before? I actually forgot if you had actually played 4 before, because I know that there were some games in the series you had already played, but I couldn't remember which ones they were. You beat the double, but as it spit out its loot, you exploded and desynced? Oh no, and it didn't count it as completed? That sucks. Oh, you did back a long time ago. Cool. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I hate when that happens. Because there's many situations in those games where even if you desync, if you've managed to do the objective that you need to do, the game will be lenient and it'll actually accept that you had actually accomplished it. Ronnie, but pizza doesn't start with the W. Wonton Wednesday. Yeah, that's a good point actually. What word starting with W that's a food? That could be good for Wednesday. Drake, you love how Earth pretty much inhabited other planets as training facilities as well as a way of gathering resources. Oh yeah, exactly, because that's what we're all about as a species, is just finding a new place to live, exploiting all the resources till there's none left and then moving on kind of thing. Just ask Mr. Smith. I mean Agent Smith, he'll tell you.
Earth? I've never been to Earth. I've never even slept over at some other dude's house.
For detailed information, please refer to the standard issue Alliance Galactic Codex. Earth orbit is riddled with debris generated by bootstrap space development. Use of kinetic barriers is recommended at altitudes over 85 kilometers. Yeah, Ronnie, that's it. I can't believe I didn't think about that. Waffles Wednesday. There we go. It's perfect. Mercury. A handful of solar power stations exist on peaks of eternal light at the north and south poles of Mercury. The difficulties imposed by the planet's proximity to the Sun and high orbital velocity have limited development. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire. With its molten temperatures, sulfuric acid clouds, and crushing carbon dioxide atmosphere, Venus has only a handful of aerostat research outposts. Ronnie, you can make waffles out of anything if you're brave enough. Yeah, I guess too. You could even make waffles with peanut butter, Vegemite, cheese, and wasabi. I don't know if that would actually taste nice, but I just thought of random things to chuck in. Get your ass to Mars. Once considered a prospect for terraforming and colonization, the discovery of faster-than-light travel turned Mars into a quiet backwater. Its southern pole is a historical preserve centered on the Prothean ruins found there. Immigration and development are restricted as the search for Prothean artifacts continues. They found a recording that said, "Give these people air." They didn't know the source of it. Uranus, you said. Anus. Yeah. After the development of Mass Effect Fast and Light Travel, distant Uranus was the target of a land rush to exploit its combination of plentiful helium-3 fuel and shallow for a gas giant gravity well. Today, Uranus is the largest producer of HE3 in Alliance space, so when it gets out of there, just be careful. Ronnie, phew, you'll try it once, at least once. Neptune. Though Neptune, like Uranus, has plentiful helium, its remoteness made it an unpromising target for mining before development of Mass Effect Drive. With Uranus cheaper to exploit, it has never seen extensive development. The only permanent human presence is a small research facility on Triton. Okay, so I've read about all those planets, so I can now say that I've done that. Alright, so we've been to local cluster Sol. There we go. Ronnie, you'll try it once. Mauler, you learned about Uranus in your Today in Space today. Oh, did you, Mauler? That's cool. And I like that you have that set up as a redeem as well, because it's very interesting to look at that kind of stuff and see what happened, you know, at a different year, but on the same day that it is currently. Drake, Mars is also where you find Argent energy. That is true, Drake. Those friendly demons are very happy to share that resource with humans. Nothing bad would ever go wrong with that, right? Right? Molly, yeah, you'll be doing a space day soon. It was a staple of the channel and haven't done it in a while. Oh, nice! I didn't realize that that was something that you had done. So you basically do a whole stream where you actually look at specific things related to space, or do you sort of like do a bit of a combination of what happened in the history of space travel and stuff like that, and then compare it to, you know, what happened on this day in history? Like, was it also like a longer focused version of Today in Space mixed in with maybe talking about a theme? It's like 2 hours of space related content, like learning about the moons or looking at pictures of nebulas, and then 2 hours of a space related game. Oh, sweet. That's a cool thing to do, to incorporate it all together like that. That's a great idea, actually. We're gonna land on the moon. I haven't thought about this for years, but when I was a child growing up, there was a show called Mr. Squiggle that I'd watch a lot. And it was this puppet, and he was this dude that had a pencil for a nose. And then there was a blackboard that had a face, and the blackboard was very grumpy. And its catchphrase was, upside down, upside down. But anyway, there'd be a theme of the show, and then, you know, Mr. Squiggle would actually draw it on the board, and that. But he lived on the moon, that's right. That's what made me think of it in the first place. So he actually lived on the moon, and he'd actually, at the end of each episode, he'd say goodbye and go back into his space shuttle and go back up to the moon. But it was an Australian show as well, so I don't think it was adapted anywhere else. Mauler, alright Rod, you hate to raid and run, but time for you to get to bed. Catch you in the morning. Oh, Mauler, that's absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you so much again for the raid, and I hope that you have a really great rest too, as well. For those who didn't come in with the raid, highly recommend checking out Mauler's channel if you haven't before. He's currently doing this month a series of streams with a campaign active to raise money against, MS, finding a cure for MS. So I highly recommend checking out his channel if you want to see a streamer who is very, very positive vibe in his community and likes to do things from time to time, like charity streams. Well, not from time to time, he does it quite often. But Mauler is definitely a big streamer of charity streams, and has a great positive community as well. and he's got different rewards that he'll redeem on stream based on donation goals and things like that. So definitely a great cause. Gameplay wise, he's been doing some Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, playing through that game. He'll be doing the Freedom Cry DLC as well, and he'll be doing other games in the series after that point as well. And also is a big streamer of Goose Goose Duck. So if you're a player of that game and you're looking for a streamer who plays it, but he also plays with viewers too, so if you're looking for a streamer to play that game with when they're live, and also he plays Grounded a lot as well. So yeah, definitely great channel by a great guy, so definitely highly recommend. Thanks again, Mauler. You know, it's really awesome, and it's one of those things where, you know, it's good as a streamer to have, you know, people that you can, you know, be sure that you're going to have a great time, and you know, it's always good to see you pop up in chat and, you know, raids and checking out your streams as well, and all that good stuff, Mauler. But you have a great night, and that's absolutely no worries at all, dude. Hey there, Madazin. I hope things are going well. Thank you, Mauler. Really appreciate it, dude. The moon. Moon madness. But isn't going well, and hope you're having a great night. That's awesome to hear. I'm glad that you're going well. Things are going great. I've been having a good week. It's Wednesday here, so middle of the week. And things are going great. Drake, Dr. Scary Voice. You can't just shoot a hole in the center of Mars. Doom Guy shoots a hole in the center of Mars. Yeah, Doom Guy, he doesn't like being told what to do. You know, I could definitely relate to that. But yeah, his character is just so awesome, like, and it really plays into that idea of the gameplay of, you know, Doom, where it's like just run in and kill demons. Like in the original Doom, you're kind of like, you know, looking around every corridor and you're like, oh shit, you hear the demons, you know, and all that type of stuff. And then in Doom 2016, it's like, pfft, demons, come get some. Just go there and destroy them all. Doom Guy's like, next. Like the idea that it's the demons who actually fear him as well. Doom. A game that is something that should be so simple to make into a movie that's actually good, but they've failed twice. Many said that the best thing about the original Doom movie is that at least it had a first-person sequence. And it's like, if you gave me a chocolate cake and you said that here's this chocolate cake, but there's a big piece of shit in the middle of it. And I said, I don't want to eat this cake. It's got a big piece of shit in the middle of it.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
They said, yeah, but that's not the important thing. At least there's chocolate in it, so you're still gonna think it's great, aren't you? It's like, no. So in this analogy, the piece of shit is the rest of the Doom movie, and the chocolate is the actual first-person sequence, which I admit was cool. But that does not save the movie at all as a Doom movie, and essentially it is Resident Evil in space when you think about it, because the demons aren't demons, they're actually humans that have been mutated. Now obviously the zombies in Doom were human but were turned, but that's different. You know, if in the Doom movie the soldiers that had been resurrected and turned into zombies were the only enemy that were faced in the movie, then that'd be fine. But you know, the pinky demon is not a human that got mutated. You know, all these sorts of things. And then they tried to do another adaptation of Doom, which, you know, looked absolutely terrible. And of course, they decided to use Annihilation as the subtitle, which is a bad omen if you're doing a movie based on a video game. Mortal Kombat Annihilation. But yeah, I'm not very happy with the Doom movies that we got, and it's a very simple concept that I do not understand why it's so difficult for it to be adapted into a decent movie.
I have officially surpassed 300,000 channel points. Rod should add a big channel reward. Something big, something scary. So big that it would make even Scarecrow scared.
Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. And that's impressive that you've reached that amount of challenge points. That's awesome that you have. And the thing that is interesting about coming up with rewards is if I was to come up with a reward that was 200,000, say, and the reward was for me to do a playthrough of Batman Arkham Knight doing 240% again. The thing about that is it would be redeemed instantly, and so I'd have to do it. Whereas if I did that as a thing and the you know, it was a community challenge, then that'd be a different story. But in any case, Harbinger, I definitely do need to think of some more channel point rewards, but I just have to come up with them. But also have to come up with ones that I know that I'm willing to honor practically straight away as soon as it becomes aware that it's available. You know what I mean? But I want to do more community challenges as well this year. So far I've only done one, and that was to get a playthrough of AC1 for the annual series run where I get all 420 flags. But there will be more throughout the year that I want to do as well. Drake, the only reason why he's really angry is because they killed his rabbit. Exactly. They killed his rabbit. Bastards. Hey there, Hit Pigs. Welcome to you. Third time's the charm. Yeah, I mean, if they do a third Doom movie and it sucks, it's just like, give up forever. Like, there's no point then at that point. There's no point then at that point. But yeah, it's just one of those things. It's very simple. You know. It doesn't take rocket science to know what kind of movie version to do of it. Like, I remember even when I was younger, thinking about a Doom movie and thinking that the opening scene would be very minimal. You wouldn't see any of the demons, you'd only hear them, and you'd hear the screams going on of the scientists, you know, and all that type of stuff. And then that sequence would end with a message that managed to get out. And then, you know, you just basically have the Marines turn up, and you have all hell break loose. Then you have Doom Marine, Doom Guy going around killing demons. Action ensues, blood and violence everywhere. The end. Like, how hard is it to do a Doom movie? I love how the reticule gets taken off sometimes. It's a nice little glitch, not? That's better. Alrighty then, that's that. Drake, they have big fucking gun, absolutely. Now that is an awesome weapon. Remember, demon can be an offensive term. Refer to them as mortally challenged. That's right, that's in the Doom 2016 game, isn't it? Yeah, I haven't actually played that more than once, and the last time I did was probably 2017, I think. Luna! Alright, so that's that. Now let's look at these places.
En route.
Ah, it's from Doom Eternal, is it? Yeah, still haven't played that. I do own it. In fact, I bought it, and then a month or so later it came out on Game Pass, and I was like, you fucking piece of shit. Of course the timing would be like that.
Regroup!
Have an emergency? Just dial 6 3 times on your mobile phone, precious, and a UAC representative will be glad to assist you. Golem, Golem, Golem.
Thanks for redeeming that Golem impression, Drake. That's really cool. That's one of the things that I liked about Doom 2016 was the humor that was put into it, you know? God with Gun, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you very much for doing that. Welcome to you and to your raiders. I hope everyone is doing well. Have to do this again, but after I've done these encryption or decryption things, I'll save it. So if I die again, I don't have to worry about redoing this again. enemies that fucking jump around like fucking assholes really piss me off. There we go. That's them sorted. That's okay, Drake. Absolutely no trouble at all, dude. Thanks for leaving the lurk as well. I really appreciate that. The lights on the optical mainframes flicker and die. The first of the 3 computing clusters containing the 6 is offline. Or the VI. V. Same difference. Alright, I think it's time to look at a weapon that I haven't really used in this playthrough, which is the shotgun. Alright, I need something that does damage to synthetics and robots and all that type of stuff. Alright, the tungsten rounds. Apply that to the shotgun. Oh. Hang on. Don't want to do that. Oh. I didn't want to fucking bloody swap. There we go. Tungsten round 6. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, Rod, take this slowly. Press X. Go down to what you want to put on the fucking shotgun. This is the other thing that is a bit frustrating. Sometimes I don't know if I've put this, if I'm putting the same one on that I had on, but let's have a look. Tungsten rounds 4. Hang on. Back up. Tungsten rounds 4. Could have shown. Didn't I have tungsten rounds 6? This is better. All right. Put that instead. All right. Now, let's choose the katana 6. Yes, transfer it to the new items. Upgrades. All right. That'll do.
Good to go, Shepard. Time.
Alert, kinetic barrier fields powering up throughout the complex. So the second of the 3 computing clusters containing the V is offline. What that reminds me of is when you're actually like blowing bubbles through like the small little like hollow circular thing, how when you actually look at the balloon, sorry, as the bubble as it's forming, that's what that effect reminds me of. Oh nice, I have a Thunder 6 now. We're that early in the building. Okay.
I'm a little busy here.
Yeah, Rex, we'll get out of the road. I'm trying to get in the building. There we go. I like your Rex, but I can't get into the building if you're standing in front of the entrance.
Good to go, Shepard.
Nice. Leveled up. Okay, bump Spectre training up to that. Increase combat armor. And sniper rifle. Although I don't use that as much. Put it into assault and then save that 1 point. A burst of white noise over all frequencies nearly deafens you. Your hardsuit's heads-up display interprets it into a series of zeros and ones. They repeat again and again, blanketing all frequencies until the lights on the final V cluster flicker and die. Specialization class achieved. Your specialization class will replace your base class in the talents on the squad screen. Talent ranks in your base class transfer over to your specialization class. Go to your squad screen to view the bonuses you gain with each rank in your specialization class. Interesting. Alright, so Shock Trooper. Highly trained killing machine. Shock Troopers excel in all combat situations. Increases health, damage protection, improves immunity or barrier ability, and the adrenaline ability. Commando. Great movie starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Commandos rely on lethal efficiency and precision strikes rather than brute force to eliminate their opponents. Increases damage with all weapon, improves immunity ability, improves marksman ability, improves assassination ability. Okay, so there's only 2 to choose from. Alright. Let's see which one is more appealing to me. Alright, I'm going to go with Shock Trooper. Ah, so that quest is finished. I don't need to go and speak to Hackett. Alright, cool. So that was Rogue V. Now I can put that in the list of quests that I've actually done in this playthrough. There we go. Alright, so locate signs of battle, Prothean data disks, Asari writings, and valuable minerals. They're currently the assignments that are active that I want to do, of course, but also the Citadel, the fan. I actually chose all the Renegade options and pissed this fan off, but I read that later on you actually hear what his fate is. But there are, like, if you didn't get the outcome I did, where I was an arsehole to him, there's multiple parts to it. But if you're an arsehole to him, he's just like, you know, fuck you and walks off, then you'll hear about him later, and then that will finish off the quest. So that's what I have at the moment. Let's get back to the Normandy. So I've got a question to people who've played this game before. Is there actually a canon version of what choices you make? Like, let's say you wanted to do the trilogy even, and you wanted to do a canon playthrough. Is it possible to do? Or is it just so reliant on your choices that whatever choice you want to make becomes canon? I suppose there's certain things that have to happen, like obviously Saren is the main villain. You can't have a version of Mass Effect 1 where he's not the main villain, for example. But is there actually like choices that people consider to be canon? Not that I'm worried about it in this playthrough, but just for future reference, for future playthroughs, if I do decide to do like a quote-unquote canon playthrough of this game. Alright, something I want to look at is just the codex and see what's what. Alright, secondary stuff I'm not actually reading. However, primary stuff that actually has narration is what I'm interested in. Hey Fewer, welcome on in. I hope you're going well. And yeah, it's going great, Fewer. I'm having a good week. You'd ask how far you are into the game, but that's probably a nebulous question. Well, in terms of the main story, I'm very, very early. In fact, in the main story, the most prominent thing that I did was basically leave the Citadel. But since then, I've been focusing on doing assignments, and that's also helped me gain a lot of credits for Shepard, but also XP and leveling up and all that type of stuff. So the way I'm going to play this game is similar to how I played Watch Dogs 1 the first time, which is do all the side stuff as much as possible as I can, and then when there comes a point where I can't do any more side stuff, jump into the main story, and then, you know, jump through the game like that. But yeah, story-wise, main story-wise, very, very early, but otherwise have made a lot of progress in the side missions.
The home world and capital of humanity is entering a new golden age. The resource wealth of a dozen settled colonies and 100 industrial outposts flows back to Earth, fueling great works of industry, commerce, and art. The great cities are greening as arcology skyscrapers and telecommuting allow more efficient use of land. Earth is still divided among nation-states, though all are affiliated beneath the overarching banner of the Systems Alliance. While every human enjoys a longer and better life than ever, the gap between rich and poor widens daily. Advanced nations have eliminated most genetic disease and pollution. Less fortunate regions have not progressed beyond 20th century technology and are often smog-choked, overpopulated slums. Sea levels have risen 2 meters in the last 200 years, and violent weather is common due to environmental damage inflicted during the late 21st century. The past few decades, however, have seen significant improvement due to recent technological advances.
So that's cool to find out about how Earth has happened. What's happened on Earth, I mean, in this game, in this universe. Viewer, you take it there's no progress tracker like an AC game, so you're just going to listen to the show till you fall asleep. Yeah, viewer, yeah, there's nothing really like that. There's also some main missions that, like for example, at the start of the game, there's 2 characters that you can do missions for. And if you choose one character's missions and you fulfill them all the way through, it cancels out the ability to do the other character's mission. However, that character will still become available as a potential recruit into your squad. So there was a character that I did a mission for called Rex, and I followed his mission all the way through and finished it. There was another character named Garrus who had his own mission, but I was able to actually recruit him still, because before we went to the main ship, he's actually at the elevator and he asks to join, so you can choose to allow him to join or not there as well. But thank you so much for leaving the show on lurk as well. I really appreciate that, viewer. Raver wouldn't be Mass Effect without Garrus. Yeah, the funny thing is, my reasoning for wanting him is just in case I got to a point in the game where I felt like I want to switch to him, and if he's not part of the squad, obviously there's no, like, if he's not an option when I want, you know what I mean. So welcome on in, Raver. I hope you're going well. Alright, let's save. Alright. So what I need to do is zoom all the way out. So local cluster Sol. Alright, so when it comes to this, alright, I need to recap and make sure I'm getting right where I've been to. Okay, so we've been to the local cluster Sol, and I read about these planets. Just want to keep track of planets that I've actually read about in this stream. Pluto and Luna as well. And in Luna, we've actually landed there. I think that's the only planet that you can actually land on. You can't land on Earth. Can't land on Mercury. Can't land on Saturn. Or Jupiter. Or Neptune. Or Mars. Can't go there. Can't go to Venus. We can't go to Uranus. What a planet name. Alright, so that covers that. So now I know that I've gone there and read stuff. And so far, there's nothing else in the local cluster that I can visit. Hey Godfather Al, welcome on in. Commander Rodney. Welcome. How's it going, dude? It is vicious, yeah. I have seen a playthrough of it from start to finish though in the past, but I didn't remember every single little tiny thing that happened. And I decided to play the Renegade path for the playthrough. So I'm using a guide and making sure that I'm keeping an eye on choices I need to make and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so Citadel, of course. Serpent Nebula. Citadel. Alright, nothing else to the left of that. Sol, local cluster. Alright. I'll be going to these momentarily. But for now, I just want to cover this stuff. My boss told me, as a security guard, I needed to watch the office. I'm on season 5, but still don't know what that has to do with being a security guard. That's an awesome one, Godfather. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression. That's so damn funny. I haven't actually seen any version of The Office, but I have seen memes and stuff from usually the American one, but some from the British original as well. Argos Row, Hydra. Alright. So, I've covered reading Seba before. They are. Famulus. Metgos. Right, that's a place that you can land on, so I've been there for a mission. Gemini Sigma. Han system. Alright, Far Krothu. So the reason I'm going through this is because as I've been going through the game, I've actually been reading the information about the planets, and I don't want to get to a point where I'm starting to reread the same stuff again. So I'm keeping track in a document of mine what ones I've actually already read and which ones out of those planets are ones that you can land on, and whether or not I've actually landed on it before. Hunting 2. Never gone. Okay, so you can land on that. I've already done that. Haravin. And Patatenless. Alright, now the Ming system. MSV Worthington. We've done what was needed to do with that. At least I'm pretty sure I have. Let's board it to find out.
Empty.
Most of the systems are shut down. It's just running on basic life support.
Hear that? We're not alone. That was no accident. The whole place could be a trap.
Jacob's not going to make it. His brain was deprived of oxygen for too long. There's nothing any of us can do for him now except let him die with dignity. It's what he would want. I'm more worried about Julia now. She's showing signs of severe depression. I gave her some meds that should help, but I better warn the captain.
That machine's keeping him alive.
I'm not seeing any brain activity on the readouts. He's dead. This body is just an empty shell.
Well, Renegade Shepard doesn't give a shit, so we turn off the machine.
No point in leaving him there like a vegetable.
It's your decision, Shepard. But maybe we should wait until we know more about what's going on before we do anything.
Telling a Renegade Shepard what to do is a mistake, Tali. We're going to do what a Renegade Shepard wants. And Renegade Shepard wants to turn this off now, right now. Doesn't give a shit about what other reasons could be.
You did the right thing, Shepard.
Oh really, Tali? Before you were saying maybe we should not make a decision. There we go. It's the Renegade way. Although maybe Tali has realized now that a Renegade Shepard shouldn't be argued with, so when Renegade Shepard makes a decision, even if it's like, oh, maybe we should find out more information, then it's wise to just say, that was a good idea. I'm glad you did that. I thought I had actually gone to this place before, but obviously not. Because none of this stuff was here, so it's a different one. Just that a lot of these have a similar layout after a while. It's difficult to remember based on just visuals. If you've been to a place before and done it. Back to the Normandy. Alright, so we've done that. Back to the galaxy map. Alright, so we've done Worthington. Alright, so Parag. Already read about that. Same with Altanok. And Enteropus. Alright, so that's Gemini Sigma reviewed. Next up, Hades Gamma. This and Varanata. Alright, so Antaeus. Sasha, Renegade Path is not so fun. You will miss some interesting missions or choices. That's definitely understandable, but I'm actually really loving playing Renegade for my first playthrough. It's been really fun to actually be an asshole to a lot of characters, but I do like the game enough to want to replay it in the future, so I won't play Renegade every playthrough. Virmire. Pretty sure I've read up on that one. But yeah, I've been finding the Renegade Path fun. Gecko. But it's understandable that there will be some things that will be missed. Just like if I was playing Paragon, there'd be things I'd be missing that were Renegade stuff. Clover. Edmos. Trebin. Okay, so I've landed on that one. And Hunador. Alright, this. Sasha, Renegade, it's only for achievement, is it? Well, that's fair enough, but I don't really care about achievements. When I get them, I'm happy, but I'm not actually solely playing video games to get achievements anymore. I used to years ago, during the Xbox 360 era, but after that, I only care about them once I get them. I don't even look up anymore what the achievements are until I'm playing the game, and then just get them, and that makes it actually feel more like I'm getting something surprising, then makes it a bit more exciting. Ronnie, good night, Rod. I'll see you in 8 hours or so. Dude, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. That's awesome of you, dude. Planets are cool, except for the warm ones. Yeah, I'd have to agree. I wouldn't mind living on a cold planet, as long as there was a way to make sure that it wasn't so cold that that's the only temperature it always was, you know. I find it easier to warm up than it is to cool down, but even if something's really, really cold, I won't really like it that much. But I do like cooler weather, that's for sure. want to highly recommend people check out Ronnie's channel if you haven't before. In collaboration with Mauler, who actually raided earlier, he's actually doing some streams to raise money to fight against MS, and he's been doing some different streams, and there's different donation goals and different rewards that Ronnie and Mauler have been doing on stream, depending on the donation tier, and it's for a great cause. And he's actually a scientist in real life, working in the fields of regenerative medicine, and he's actually got a focus on curing things like Parkinson's as well as MS also, playing through Marvel Spider-Man Remastered as well, and he's also been doing some Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. He wears a hat when streaming, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending what game. And great streamer, very good with chat, great vibe over on his channel from a great dude, so highly recommend checking that out. And Ronnie, I hope you have a great one. Hope you have a really good rest. Sasha, how is Legendary Edition? Did they change much? I'm not really sure. I've never even played the original versions, but so far I've been enjoying it. And like, there's obvious things, for example, when there's a different kind of cutscene that was done differently originally, you can still tell because they haven't been able to improve it to the level that you would think you'd want to see, but a lot of games do that anyway. But overall, I think it looks great, you know, but not having played the first one, I'm not sure how much stuff was different. And Sasha, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you for doing that, I appreciate it. I did, Ronnie, yeah. Yeah, I did see it. Unless there's another different one, because I was there for one of them, but then I went to sleep, and then I don't know if you did another Gummy Bear one or not. It was brutal, but you have another if you get a $50 donation. Well, that's the thing, Ronnie, you know, you got through it and all that. Oh, there's only been one. I gotcha, yeah, so I was definitely there for that. Saw that when you were live. But yeah, it was definitely good that you had some milk there. It's so funny to think, isn't it? You know, because I remember growing up thinking that water is what you drank when you were eating something very spicy, but nope, milk. But that was great, Ronnie. It's good that you actually got a clip of that too, as well. In fact, is that actually... I should be able to find it on your channel, I think. Go to videos and clips. Unless it was a highlight. Looks like it might be a highlight, so I'll just go there. There we go, Eating the World. So what I'll do is I'll link that in chat for people to check out. This was in a recent stream of Ronnie's, and it was when he was eating a very spicy gummy bear. So I'll just make sure that the link is going directly to it, because there was some other extra stuff in the URL. But here we go. This is a highlight from Ronnie's stream when he was eating a gummy bear as part of raising money in the fight against MS. Ronnie, nope, you learned your lesson. I don't blame you, dude. You know, it's just, that's the thing that you just think, you know, and instinctually that's what you want to grab, because you think, okay, water is something that, you know, obviously you can have it warm, but you think to yourself, a cold glass of water should offset the spiciness of it. Hey there, Shin. Welcome to you. I hope it's going well. Shin, spoiler, Australia does not exist. Rod is actually a cleverly created AI trying to steal all of the Vegemite. Damn it. Why'd you go telling people for, Shin? What are you doing? How's it going, dude? Welcome. Hey, yeah, Ron, it's like water cools. Right? Right? Like, not in this case, it doesn't, unfortunately. This is Virmire. So I've read up on that before. Jata. Read up on that before. Niram. Still haven't found the planet called Farum yet. But that's Niram. And Lensal. Okay, can land on that. Pretty sure I would have already landed on it. And Raysha. Ulgul. Okay, so Hades Gamma. That was Antaeus and Dis. Double checked. Now for Varanata. Varanata was a master farter. You'd have to run away and get farther. Okay, so Nep Niu. That's okay, Roddy. No trouble at all. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a great rest as well. Spicy, if you're gonna eat spicy foods, it's best to have milk nearby. That is true. Yeah. Nepniu. Nepniu. She turned me into a Nepniu. I got better. So I've read up on that. Jun Talma. Tan Shagon. What's this? MSV Ontario. I think I've already gone there, but just for the sake of being thorough in double checking, let's just see. Yep, so I've already been here before. But just in case something's changed, or I might have missed something before to interact with, let's just double check. Ah, they're still here.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me.
There we go, boom. Good thing I came into here again because I've missed this. Oh, shit, I didn't notice no a message was gonna fucking pop up on the screen. Jesus Christ, I hate when that happens in games. When you're going along and that happens. Now I need to make a clip just to see what the fuck it actually said. Because you know, you're looting something, players are gonna just press the fucking button to loot. But if it's the same button that goes past dialogue or text. Okay, I see. It's the item limit. You currently have 251 items. You are nearing the 300 item limit. You'll be forced to salvage any new items you find once you reach this limit. Sell or salvage some items at your earliest convenience to avoid reaching this limit. Alright, that actually answers a question I had earlier in the playthrough about that. So that's good to know. So it's time for me to look at that stuff and figure out what I don't want to keep and turn into, like, you know, Omnigel, stuff like that. Shin, look, I'd have a lovely supper, and all I said to my wife was that piece of halibut was good enough for Jehovah. So what's that random quote from, Shin? Yeah, Sasha, that's true. Yeah, I'm aware that you can also sell stuff. Ah, it's from Life of Brian Shin. Okay. But at the moment, money's no issue for Shepard because she has 297,481. Right, back to the galaxy map. So that was in that, so that's been looked at. I've gone there. Alright. So MSB Ontario. So I've been there and done everything in there. Alright, so that's all of the Hades Gamma stuff double checked. Voyager cluster. We have Columbia. Alright, so I've read about Gromar before. Nepheron. Alright, so you can land on that one. Already landed on that. Pretty sure for a side quest. If not, when one pops up that leads us there, I'll go there. Logia. And onto Heta. I got hit onto Heta. Alright, so that's that. Now, Amazon. Agabinium. I've landed on that before. Sonedma. Danuka. Sibin. And Tremor. Alright, so there's another area in the Voyager cluster just to double check to make sure I've actually gone there and read about the planets. Make note of which ones you can land on and if I've already landed on them or not. Alright, so Alrumata. Oh no, Alrumta. All rum to me, please. Renchato. Why is the rum gone? Why is the rum always gone? Been through. Okay, we can land on that. Already landed on it. Savvy. Dregir. Alright, and Patajiri. Alright, so that's the Voyager cluster. Double check to make sure I've already read on stream about them all. Shin, you're going to play Tiny Tina's Wonderland, are you? Ah, okay. That's relatively new, isn't it? Sasha, with more money you can buy good attachments or gear, but with Omnigel you can open encrypted locks or repair stuff. Yeah. So far I've just been using the override QTE to do that, but I'm sure there will come a point in the game later though where I want to actually get through that just a lot quicker. But for now, just playing it this way. Alright, so Feros and Armstrong Nebula is the next place. Let's go there, and we have a few in here to suss out. we have? Grissom. Look through first. Shin, can you get a small joke about a creature in this game that does not spoil the game? I don't know, Shin. Sounds too complex for me. Alright, Bender. Zaherox. Solcrum. I've landed on that. Alright, that's the Grissom system thing, whatever. Gagarin. Pressure. Ray Ingri. Ray Ingri. And you can land on that, and I'm pretty sure I've landed on it. And Tirum gone. And Sogolrus. Alright, next up is Tereshkova. Salbra. Ah, there was an unknown thing I just saw there. Hatamal. Press. Carbonaceous asteroid. I'll suss that out in a moment. Antibar, and I've landed on that. Sol Marlon and Mawanor. Shin, you meant give, not get. Oh, okay. Can you give a small joke about a creature in this game that does not spoil the game? Yeah, sure. Go for it, Shin. So let's suss this out. A dark asteroid of mixed carbonaceous materials. Medallion recovered. Nice. While scanning the asteroid field in the Tereshkova system, you picked up some anomalous readings. After some daring maneuvering by Joker, a small team was able to recover some debris from one of the larger rocks. Among the items discovered was a League of One medallion. Excellent. So now I can have a look at that and update ones I've found. Cool. So that's that. Now we also have Hong system. Triagir. journal. Has been. Alright, so I've landed on that. Matar. And the Shaka. Cousin planet of Shikaka. There we go, so that's that. It's a Hong system done. Alright, Vamshi system next. Shin, watch out for the shifty looking cow. It will steal your credits when you're not looking. Right? A shifty looking cow. Okay. Ragul. Has a cousin planet named Pretzel. Margie. Okay, so I've landed on that. And Almos. Alright, so I've covered those planets in this playthrough, reading them, and also surveying them for different things. Alright, speaking of that, it's time to have a look at journal, assignments, and this. Alright, so just to have a recap. So have a look at my other document I've got going. Alright, so light metals. Whoop. Nothing's changed. Nothing changed with heavy metals or rare earths. Alright, Asari writing. 6 out of 10 hasn't changed. Growth in artifacts, 4 out of 7 hasn't changed. League medallions though, we had 7 out of 10, now we have 8. Alright, back to the galaxy map. So that's all of those systems in Armstrong Nebula, double checked to make sure whether I've read them or not. Right, Kepler Verge. Newton. Alright, so John Crow. Onto Rom. Ah, you can land on that. I'm pretty sure I have. Says Mose. And Glencory. Alright, that's Kepler, Verge, and Newton double checked. Now Hawking Eta. Century. Okay, Tamahera. Kentra. Pressrop. I think I saw unknown. No. Sneaky, sneaky. Glendagon. I don't think I've read that one. Glendagon is an arid terrestrial, slightly larger than Earth, but with a lower density that reflects its relative lack of heavier elements. The crust is composed of tin and aluminum, with wide deserts of dust-fine sand that are easily stirred by the wind. Clendagon's most striking feature is, of course, the Great Rift Valley that stretches across the southern hemisphere. What is most fascinating about the rift is that it does not appear to be natural. The geological record suggests it is the result of a glancing blow by a mass accelerator round of unimaginable destructive power. This occurred some 37 million years ago. Right now I've actually covered it, so I can make note of that. So, Clendagon. I missed that before. And Tharopto. Century, and that's the only one that is in the Hawking ETA. Alrighty then, so I've double checked to make sure which planets and stuff I've already read about and all that type of stuff. So Serpent Nebula, Local Cluster, Hades Gamma, Gemini Sigma, Argos Rho, Voyager Cluster, Armstrong Nebula, Kepler Verge, and Hawking Eta. So these planets, Nevaria, Asteroid X57, Liara's dig site on Artemis, and Pharos. I haven't actually gone to those yet because they're main story, and I wanted to focus on side stuff as much as possible. And speaking of side stuff, because the only ones that I currently have are related to collectibles, and this Citadel one, I chose to be an asshole to the fan, and he just basically pissed off. And then I read that if you do that, later on you find out that he dies. And then once you do, that finishes off that assignment. So that's going to be on there until we get to that point. And these ones here, because I'm pretty sure I've gone on thing, but I think what I should do is actually just land on all the planets that I know now I can land on. That'll make that process of double checking quicker. Let's just save, and then I'll do that. And I think once I've done all this recapping of stuff, what I'll do is have a look at equipment and squad, and what I'll also do is take a break then, and then come back and jump back into the main story. Alright, so go back out and back out again. Alright, so let's see. Local cluster. Luna, I've landed on that. Sol system. Just need to land and then just check on the map. Alright, so obviously there's going to be stuff on these planets that aren't marked straight away that you have to find by actually exploring. But what I want to do is just wait until a certain point and then double check to see, because those other planets that I haven't been to yet, I don't know what collectibles might be found that I'm looking for those assignments. So just for now, I want to just double check to see that the places that are marked are ones that I've been to. Actually, I'm going to look at squad now. Alright, yeah. So there's no point. Because that way, I've checked it now to see if there was anything I wanted to do with the squad. Because when you're actually on the Normandy, you can only check, obviously, the main characters' stuff. Right, next, go to Argos Row. Shin, that's false. On the hangar deck there are lockers for all of your companions. Oh, okay, Shin, you actually have to spend time to walk over to the hangar deck and then the lockers. Okay, I was meaning actually just go into the menu and then just check. You can't do that on the Normandy just instantly, like you can on this screen, like boom, 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 already there. Whereas if I had to walk to a spot and then whatever, it'd take longer. But that's good to know though, because I forgot about that stuff, because I haven't really worried about that yet. Seth Green was a perfect choice for Joker. Yeah, he does quite well as the character. Uh-huh. Haven't been there yet. Which is weird, because you think I would have done, because it's near this, which I've already looked at. But this is why it's good to recap and double check stuff. Okay, so I've already been here. Alright. Jesus Christ. They could have actually programmed it so that it doesn't come up as a question mark, because what's the player supposed to think when they see a question mark on the map? Maybe that they haven't gone to explore that yet. But maybe that's just me. Maybe only I would think that. Alright, so let's go back to the galaxy map. Argos Row. Alright, Gemini Sigma next. Gemini Sigma Han. Need to go on to Mabagon. Alright, I remember that. I've already done that. Alright, so still in the Gemini Sigma. Time to go to Ming, and then... Oh, there's no other planets. There's no planets in Ming to land on. Alright, cool. Don't need to go there then. Alright, next up, Hades Gamma. That's right, I forgot there's some planets that I didn't have the right encryption level unlocked yet, so I had to leave them. So that's also a good reason why I'm doing this double checking stuff. So that's good. This time I'll go there and be able to actually open it up. Oops. Pressed Y instead. Yep, 254. No worries at all. I will be sorting that out soon. Alright, so now... So that was Mavagon. Mavagon... Oh no, I've done that, yep, Mavagon. Then Trebin in Antaeus. Alright, time to go to Dis and then Clensal. Alright, so the reason I didn't go to Hades, Gamma, and Farinata is because there's nowhere that I need to go to. Voyager Cluster is where I'm going now, and Nephiron. rare element surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of thorium. Alrighty then, let's have a look at that. Ah, nice. So, before I had 15 rare earths out of 20, now 16 out of 20. sneaky little devil of a planet. Nontanban. I've already read it, but I didn't make a note. That seemed random. That the Mako was damaged like that. Alright, one more place to double check that I'm not missing anything on the planets that are visible anyway as icons. Alright, so Pressrop is where I can land. Clendagon. So I got that. Alright, cool. So there we go. We go to that and land on this and then see if there's any icons on the map telling me that I haven't done something. Yep. Alright, so that was the planet that you can land on. So that is Pressrop. Definitely landed on that. There we go. Alright, so what I want to do now, before I go on a break, is actually... hang on, that's right. There's something I just remembered that I need to do. So I'll do that first. And, it works towards unlocking a certain thing that I'm trying to unlock as an assignment. Just want to double check and make sure I've spoken to all the available recruits. That's right, I gotta go this way, down the elevator. Express elevator to hell. Sprocket, how do you like the mining? Not too bad actually, to be honest. I want to get all the collectible stuff, so I've been doing that. Undoubtedly, there's probably some areas on those planets that there could potentially be collectible stuff that I'm missing, but I want to wait until later to figure that out, as in like to explore it. Might even do that off stream, because it is a bit more time consuming, and I've already spent enough time in this stream already just landing on all the planets. But hey there, Sprocket. I hope things are going well.
So, we've got Saren on the run.
It won't be long now. Saren's good, but I'm better.
Good? He's rotten. To the core. I could tell as soon as I met him.
Not bad, Sprocket. That's awesome. It's always good to hear.
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I would have if I thought it was important.
I'll decide what's important. Now tell me how you know Saren.
This was a while ago. A bunch of mercs were bragging about a job out near the edges of the Terminus systems. They said it paid well and the boss was never around to ride them. They said he was looking for more men, too. So I checked it out.
It is Sprocket, yeah, so in this one he does. And it was cool that they actually had someone like that, but also explained, you know, exactly what it is. And, you know, it's based on something that people really suffer from. And when Joker says about how his bones were already breaking, you know, when he was inside his mother's womb, you know, like, that's pretty crazy to think.
I didn't know Saren was openly recruiting mercs.
It wasn't that open, and he only showed his face once. We'd been raiding ships in the area for months when we took out this massive cargo freighter. Our biggest haul yet. I was on board checking bodies for valuables, looking for some extra credits. That's when I saw him.
What did Saren want with the ship?
I don't know what he wanted. He was just moving through the ship, watching. A couple of the mercs called him by name, but he never spoke to them. Never spoke to anyone. I had a really bad feeling about him, so I got the hell out. Didn't even wait to get paid.
What kind of cargo was the freighter carrying? What was Saren after?
I don't know. All I saw on that ship was food and medical supplies. There were some basic weapons, but nothing big. If there was anything of value on that ship, I didn't see it. That's why I didn't mention it sooner.
Whose ship was it?
There was a Volus trading vessel. Big one. Lots of guards. But they were no match for us.
That's the only time you saw him?
Yeah. Didn't even know who he was. Still wouldn't if I hadn't joined up with you. But my instincts were right. Every other merc on that mission turned up dead within a week. Every damn one.
Now, I think I've asked him this before about extinction and genophage. All that stuff that we heard just now is new at this point in the game.
So long, Rex.
Shepard. Shepard?
Rex?
So there's some quests that are related to the crew members that you have, and hasn't unlocked yet, but I'm sure it eventually will. I don't think Ashley does anymore. Does actually. Let's have a look at my notes. Although I didn't actually explore all of the wiki, because what I'm doing in this playthrough to help me keep track of stuff, I'm actually doing out a whole big list / guide for myself, so I can just quickly check it at a glance and then see where I'm up to or what I'm missing and all that type of stuff. So if you constantly speak to Garrus, it'll unlock a mission. Same with Rex as well. And we've already done the Tali set of missions, because that was related to the Geth incursions activity. But I didn't get to the point, because I was about to start the stream, where I actually checked about Ashley, if she has any character ones. So apparently, according to the wiki, there's only 3 squad members who have assignments for you. Garrus, Tali and the Geth, and Rex. Sprocket, do you always take the same people on missions or choose based on talents? You found a crew you liked and took them on every mission. So far in the playthrough, I've been using Rex and also Tali. At this stage, I don't know if that's what I'm going to stick with for the rest of the game, but it's what I'm happy with for now. But the thing about a game like this, and also a first playthrough, is there's only so many different things that you can do, you know, and I know there's a lot of people who have settled on what their best idea of what to get, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure everyone has their own, you know, team that they're like, this is what I think is the best. And then someone will be like, no, that's not the best. But I'm not at that point yet. But I've been pretty happy with Rex and Tali. I actually really liked Rex because when I did that first mission with him, I liked his attitude. And then there's that quest that you do with that General Septimus in Cora's Den. And if you get the outcome where he basically agrees that he needs to get off his ass, he does complain a bit, but then Rex is like, it's better than sitting on your ass all day. But yeah, I'm sure each person has their fan favorite, you know, character and stuff as well. But I'm just sort of like going with what interests me and what stands out. And so far, I've just kept with Rex and Tali. But that could change. And that's why I wanted to make sure I still had Garrus as an option. Because I read that there is a way to ultimately miss out on him being even an option, you know. Because I actually did the Rex side of stuff in the Citadel. I didn't actually do the Garrus stuff. But if you do the Rex stuff, then Gareth will still appear and he will actually ask if he can be recruited. And then at that point, you can say yes or no. If you say no, obviously he's out for the rest of the game. Unless there's another quest later where that changes, but I still wanted to have all the available crew to choose from, just in case.
Commander, how are you?
Why did you want to be a CSEC officer in the first place?
That's a good question. There were several reasons, I guess.
Like what?
Probably the same as most officers. I wanted to fight injustice, wanted to help people. I guess my father had something to do with it too. He was CSEC, one of the best. I grew up hearing about his accomplishments or seeing his picture on the vids after a big arrest. He's taking my resignation pretty hard.
He's not impressed that you're going after Saren?
My father's a CSEC man to the bone. Do things right or don't do them at all, he says. He thinks I'm being too rash, too impatient. He's worried I'll become just like Saren. He actually talked me out of becoming a Spectre when I was younger, for the same reasons.
You were asked to be a Spectre?
Well, I was targeted as a possible Spectre candidate, me and about 1,000 other Turian military recruits. I could have received special training, but my father didn't like it. He despises the Spectres. He hates the idea of someone having unlimited power with no accountability. He wouldn't like you, Commander. No offense.
Spoken like a true CSEC officer.
Yeah, it's a speech I've heard one too many times. But Saren's not going to play by our rules, CSEC's rules. If you want to nail Saren, you need to send someone who isn't restricted by policies and procedures.
I remember, I think it was Garrus that I remember reading about, really responds well to Renegade Shepard's way of doing things.
You're a quick learner, Garrus. We'll beat him at his own game. It's the only way to stop someone like him.
I'm right behind you, Commander.
No, you're not, Garrus. You're standing in front of the commander. Don't be silly.
Commander, good to see you.
You know, I haven't even looked at this Alliance Requisition Officer the whole time. I mean, we've got... Shepard's got 317,881 credits. Alright, so I've done that with Garrus, so we can't get any more conversation with him, but I'll keep at it as we go through the game, because then I'll be able to unlock the mission that's related to him, learning more about his past, etc. I thought I'd just double check that now, just in case I was able to actually unlock it at this point, but it seems we need to come back again later and see if we have more dialogue. Let's say you talk to Caden. I haven't spoken to him for a bit.
Anything you need, Commander?
Alright, nothing new.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Alright, so it's time to actually look at everything that I've been hoarding for a while. Alrighty then. So, this is what I'm thinking. Shepard has so much money right now that I could sell a lot of this stuff. That's right, I need to go to another thing to do it, but... damn it, I forgot. Actually, a quick question. For those who have played it, if I go to this requisitions officer and sell stuff, is it more money? I guess what I'm trying to ask is this. The amount of money that you can get from selling stuff, is it the same no matter which merchant you go to, no matter if it's the requisitions officer or not? I guess is my question. But I probably won't worry about selling stuff because, I mean, Shepard's already got enough money. But then again, over time it could build to actually more. But so far I've just basically collected stuff and, you know, better weapons and armor. I haven't actually actively gone to buy or anything like that.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
Ah, hang on, no. Sell value? That's a lot for that. I didn't realize that's how much money I could actually get from selling this stuff. But I've got so much stuff. Alright. Alright, Omni Tools.
Combat heart, connect, amassing, medit, all.
Medit,
all. And upper, whence, element, map. Omni tools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing.
Alright, okay, so Omnigel. So I can get a lot of stuff by using that. Oh, I didn't even look at this because I haven't checked for a while what I've got. So Assassin 6 armor, which is better in those stats than that. Alright, we'll equip that. Assassin 6 medium armor. Boom. Stiletto 6. Alright, let's add that to that. Alright, now to get rid of some stuff using the Omnigel. Or converting it into Omnigel. Huh? Oh. What the fuck? I didn't want to... What? Jesus Christ. Whatever that did, I didn't want it to do it, I don't think. I don't even know what happened. Oh, it must have been a shotgun that at some point earlier I put some upgrades into but forgot to actually take them out. Okay. Maybe that's what I was saying. Striker 6. Damage per second 160. Accuracy rating 64. Sounds good. So I'll actually equip that. Electra, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very much. Okay, so I just want to sell that one. And same with that. Alright, converted that to Omnigel, same with all the sniper rifles I had and pistols. Alright, now it's time for armor. Okay, that's all that. Alright, let's speak to this dude and sell what I want to sell.
Looking for supplies?
Not right now,
Oh,
thanks.
fucking
No
hell, I
problem.
forgot. Yes,
Keep checking
yes,
back.
yes, game, yes, game. The button that skips dialogue
for
also
supplies?
actually chooses dialogue.
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
No, Electra, I haven't played this before. Haven't played the original version either, or the sequels at all. So this is my first playthrough. I have seen the trilogy played through from start to finish though, but I don't remember every single thing that happened. So the experience so far has still been enjoyable, even though I know that some of that stuff. And I'm doing all the side stuff. I've just been doing that pretty much this week in the playthrough, and soon gonna jump into a main story one. While I'm here, I may as well see if Ashley has anything different to say.
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
Sure. I was hoping to get a minute of your time off the record.
Alright, so the Renegade option is like not for a personal chat, but I'm curious, so we're gonna go what about. Electra, you're also playing it for your first playthrough. Oh nice, that's cool. Yeah, it's one of those games that I heard so much about, and for a long time wasn't sure what I would think about it, and decided this year I may as well play it, and the definitive edition is on Game Pass at the moment, so I thought it's a perfect opportunity.
Is this duty-related, Chief?
No, ma'am. Well, maybe. I know things are different aboard the Normandy, but I'm concerned about the aliens, Vicarian and Rex. With all due respect, Commander, should they have full access to the ship?
You don't trust their motives because they're not human.
This is the most advanced ship in the Alliance Navy. I don't think we should give them free rein to poke around the vital systems. Engines, sensors, weapons.
You don't trust the Alliance's allies?
I'm not sure I'd call the Council races allies. We, humanity, I mean, have to learn to rely on ourselves.
I trust that's not insubordination, I hear.
No, ma'am. That's patriotism. As noble as the Council members seem now, if their backs are against the wall, they'll abandon us.
Yeah, the Council's had a grudge against us since the First Contact War.
I don't think it's a grudge. I think it's... Look, if you're fighting a bear and the only way for you to survive is to sick your dog on it and run, you'll do it. As much as you love your dog, it isn't human. It's not racism, not really. Members of their species will always be more important to them than humans are.
Run that by us again, Ashley? What? In your analogy about the dog? I'd be like, come on doggo, we're running. Pick up the dog and run off.
You sound like one of those Terra Firma party pamphlets, Chief.
Terra Firma is a pack of jackals. The founders had ideals. These days they just play off xenophobia and bigotry. I hope my reasons are more rational. My father, grandfather, great-grandmother, they all picked up a rifle and swore the oath of service. I guess we just tend to think of Earth's interests as our own.
I like this option for Renegade. Just shut up. I can't remember if I've spoken to Ashley about these. Maybe not, because these seem like personal questions, and the last time I tried to ask if there was something that she wanted to speak about, she didn't have anything at the time. So just out of the interest of double checking, I'll play these.
It doesn't sound like you've worked with aliens before.
No, ma'am. Mainly I've been groundside, part of the surface garrison forces. I did get a rotation on a space station for training. Every Marine a rifleman, every rifleman ZG certified.
Guess you make a habit of second-guessing your superiors.
No, ma'am.
You're lucky. I lost my family on Mindoir. Are you related to anyone I'd have heard of?
Couldn't say, Commander. I read about Mindoir. The Alliance screwed the pooch on that one. Should have had a bigger garrison. Is that why you're out here? To take the fight to the pirates?
I'm here to put hypervelocity rounds through the heads of bad guys.
Most satisfying part of the job, Commander.
I expect you to keep your family politics to yourself, Chief. This mission will be difficult enough without you picking fights with aliens.
Aye, aye, Commander.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Kinda wish you'd got there sooner. No offense, I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
They died, you lived.
Yes, Commander. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
The answer seems plain enough to me. Be more alert.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Sorry, I've already
I'll
actually
make sure
listened to
it
that.
doesn't happen again.
Alright.
Do you have a few minutes to talk?
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get my duty squared away. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
Alright, there's that done. Yeah, same here, Electra. Yeah, same here. There's actually another one where the option was whatever, but the character didn't say that. I'm like, that was a perfect opportunity just to say literally what the choice was. It's interesting playing the Renegade options because sometimes it doesn't seem like something a Renegade character would say. Sometimes what you choose as a Renegade to say is very positive. And it's like, I thought that was a Renegade choice. There's also been some choices I've gone in the middle, because the one in the middle sounded more like what a Renegade would say than the bottom option.
Something I can do for you, Commander.
Oh, you've already asked. Spoken to him.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Checking up on me, Shepard? Don't worry, I'm still here. But as soon as we stop Saren, I'm gone. My pilgrimage can't wait forever.
Can't wait forever. That would have been an interesting name for a James Bond movie. Can't wait forever. Okay, so that's been explored. So I'm just going to set Shepard up at the galaxy map, and that's where I'm going to actually take a break. Now that we've sorted out all the planets that I've read out about and landed on the planets and looked at all the icons that are on the screen to actually make sure I've gotten everything. But undoubtedly there will be stuff that I've missed, but that's okay, because I just wanted to go for the most obvious stuff first. No Electra. No, actually from Australia. Although there's definitely similarities between Australian and New Zealand accents as well. So that's definitely understandable.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you imagine that someone comes up to you and like, hello, and then they're like, hello, and then you just like, see you later, just leave. That would be your second guess? Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes too I've had people think that I was actually from, like I was English, like from Britain. But there's definitely words that we say that are said over there too, as well. But yeah, it's just funny how similarities between languages can happen. And like when I speak, this is my natural Australian speaking voice, but when I get angry in a game and I swear, that's when what I guess you could call a standard Australian accent comes out. Oh fuck! You know, something like that. But I can also do very exaggerated versions of it too, like, oh yeah mate, I went to the shop the other day and I bought something, but when I got home, there was fucking nothing in there, mate. Bloody got robbed. As an example. Let's see with the codex. I'm not reading any secondary stuff, but I am playing any primary stuff, and there's no primary stuff. Yeah, it's funny with that, because you sort of have to try and speak through your nose a bit more, and sort of scrunch up your upper mouth up towards your nose and up towards your eyes, sort of thing, and then start talking like that. But there's also a little bit extra too, as well, on top of that to do. Oh, well, thanks, Electra. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting accent as well. When I come back from my break, we're going to jump back into the main story, which is a long time coming. It's been quite a few hours worth of gameplay since I did a main story. And when I was looking at missions and that for the game, I just basically put it in the order that I saw it. So we're going to stick to that, and we're going to go and do the Liara to Sony mission. So yeah, I'll take a break, and I'll be back soon to jump into the main story again. Be right back. Probably about 10 minutes. Alrighty then, back from my break. One of the things I did in my break was look at my notes on missions in the game, side missions that there are, and what I've actually done. And I went through and double checked that I had done what was actually listed in the missions complete for the assignments. But since then, I've actually done some more, so I'm going to just put them on the list. So let me see. Lost Freighter. Okay, so I have to add that one because I don't have it currently in the list of ones that I've done. Let's see, UNC collection complete. Alright, cool, I can add that to the list of what I've done. That was the Turian emblems. Okay, now that I've double checked that, main story. Alright, so just to recap. Okay, so the most recent major thing that happened in the main story was that we have proven Saren is connected with the Geth. As a reward, the Council has granted you Spectre status and commissioned you to track the rogue Spectre down. So we've done that. And I'm going to do this next. Liara Sassoni, an Asari archaeologist famed for her knowledge of the Protheans, is being sought by Saren. Her last known location was somewhere in the Artemis Tau cluster. There we go. So Artemis Tau is a cluster that we haven't visited yet because I wanted to avoid going on any planets or into any systems that were main story locations. Alright, so this one's Artemis Tau. That's right, I have been here, and I went to Sparta, but for an actual mission. Alright, so we'll go Macedon. Alright, so what I want to do is double check. Not double check this time around. I'm actually making note now of new things that I'll be reading about the planets and stuff. Alright, so we have Fargalus. Fargalus is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with an abundance of airborne hydrocarbons. Gas deposits surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a large concentration of xenon. Alright, Padavig. Padavig is the second of the Macedon system's giant terrestrial planets, and by far the more interesting. Most of the surface is covered by a vast sea of liquid ammonia, in which a unique aquatic ammonia-based biosphere has developed. While the frozen continents are largely bereft of life, a rich bounty of complex organisms, many larger than a human, flourish in the chilly, toxic seas. While dreadfully inhospitable to humans, Padavig is suitable for colonization by the Volus. Negotiations between the Systems Alliance and the Volus patrons, the Turian hierarchy, have made good progress. Horrorland. Horrorland is an enormous terrestrial planet, half again the size of Earth. Despite its thick atmosphere, the weak output of the red dwarf Macedon leaves its surface biting cold. The crust is mainly composed of silica, but significant deposits of iron and other industrial metals are present. These lodes may prove rich enough to be profitably mined despite the heavy gravity. Matriarch's writings recovered. You were scanning the planet Porroland when a strange signal came from orbit. Navigator pressed to determine the signal was from an ancient beacon. Your salvage team brought the beacon aboard and found one of the Matriarch Dillanaga's writings in the storage compartment. And Sharjala. Warning, level 1 pressure hazard. Sharjala has a very dense atmosphere of ammonia and oxygen. Its temperate surface is mainly composed of alumina with deposits of sulfur. Common buoys in the system have recently logged a number of unregistered vessels operating nearby. Sharjala has an extensive silicon-based oxygen-breathing ecology. Heavily populated areas are covered with fine silicon dioxide dust, the respiratory byproduct of the world's higher animal forms. High-speed surface winds, often laden with abrasive silica dust, present a hazard. In areas where the wind deposits a great deal of silica, footing can be treacherous. EVAs are discouraged. Alright, so I need to make note that this is a planet that you can land on, but haven't actually done yet. What line should you never use? With an anti-vaxxer, you want a date? Let's give it a shot. I guess that's some very wise words there, Mr. Gote. Welcome to you, dude. I hope things are going well. I'm going to go to Athens. Alright, Pharos. Distant Pharos has seen only a cursory examination by an unmanned probe. It is a trace atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. Its surface is mainly composed of tin with deposits of carbon. Deeper craters have been partly filled by ice, suggesting there may be a significant amount of water locked up beneath its frozen surface. A large ice-bright crater in the southern hemisphere makes the planet visible from the inner system, leading to the planet's name. Turian insignia recovered. Scans of the planet Pharos revealed an abandoned base on its moon. The recon team found nothing of interest, but much of the debris was marked with the Magna Colony insignia. Proteus. Like the Hanar homeworld, Proteus has more than 90% oceanic cover. The incredible heat thrown off from Athens raises global humidity to 100%, creates constant cloud cover, and powers colossal typhoons that rage across the surface year-round. Hot, humid, and storm-racked, Proteus's rare combination of oxygen, nitrogen, atmosphere, and carbon-based biosphere nevertheless recommended for colonization. A pilot program is studying the possibility of colonies below the ocean's surface, safe from the worst effects of the weather. Gas deposit surveyed. Proteus has a large amount of free oxygen. Okay, Circe. Circe is a modestly sized hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sulfur and chlorine. These give it a striking yellow-green tint. As the development of the Proteus colony continues, Circe will likely be developed for helium-3 mining. Gas deposit surveyed, detected a large concentration of helium-3. Salamis. The geological properties of Salamis have been scanned from orbit, but little else is known about it. Due to its thick carbon dioxide atmosphere and proximity to the energetic star Athens, the equatorial daytime temperatures have been known to turn the surface molten. The crust is composed of iron with deposits of platinum group metals. Nausicaa. Traces of sodium in the atmosphere give Nausicaa its overall dark grey colour, but it is otherwise a typical hydrogen-helium gas giant. An abundance of water vapour in the upper atmosphere account for its white clouds. Okay, it seems none of these planets can be landed on in Athens. Let's double check that. Okay, so that is that system checked out. Knossos. Hey there, Harbinger. You tried playing again Mass Effect Andromeda, but you just can't. 5-year-old bugs that haven't been fixed, dialogue without sound, stuck on obstacles, NPCs teleporting around, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a fun time, Harbinger. I may, in the future, attempt to play that. However, I'd rather just focus for now and in the future on getting the trilogy finished. Arcanes. A small hydrogen-helium gas giant, Arcanes has been developed as a full-featured, if modest, stopover for ships hauling refined materials from Therum. In addition to a powerful magnetic field to dump drive charge, Arcanes has a largely automated infrastructure of helium-3 refining and deuterium mining on its many water-ice moons. Gas deposit surveyed. Large concentration of nitrogen. Right, Virmire. Virmire is a terrestrial world with an unusually thin atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its surface is composed of silica with deposits of carbonaceous materials. That word carbonaceous is making me think of carbonara, and I'd love to get some carbonara. I haven't had it for a little bit. Anyway, the initial flyby probe of Virmire detected multiple areas at the equator with oddly regular surface protrusions. Closer investigation revealed these as millions of elaborate crypts a few meters below the surface, left by a long-extinct spacefaring species called the Zaoff. Many human universities wish to perform archaeological excavations. Council law holds grave sites as sacrosanct, however, and the matter has been tied up in court for a decade. Vestos. Vestos is a small terrestrial with a trace atmosphere of carbon dioxide and xenon. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur and various silicates. There is little of interest on this desolate world. Therum. Okay, so we can land on that, but haven't landed there yet. Therum is a distant but rich industrial world claimed by the Human Systems Alliance. Its plentiful heavy metals have fueled the recent manufacturing boom on Earth. Core samples rich with the fossils of simple silicon-based organisms indicate Therum was more habitable in the past than it is at present. Perhaps this explains the many Prothean ruins dotting the surface, most of which have been looted by mining corporations. And Zakros. Zakros is a terrestrial world with a nitrogen-methane atmosphere containing trace amounts of hydrocarbons. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and hydrocarbon slush. Most of the surface is not solid enough to support the full weight of a landed ship. If approach is necessary, use shuttles or keep the ship's Mass Effect envelope up. Okay, so we've read those now. And I have been to the Sparta system, but it was for a side mission, and aside from doing that side mission, I didn't go anywhere else and explore. Artemis Tau, Sparta, and this is Altair. Altair is an unusually large terrestrial world with a trace atmosphere of methane and ammonia. The surface is frozen and mainly composed of sandstone and other sedimentary rocks with deposits of iron and chlorides. Judging by the sedimentary composition of the crust, it appears that Altair once possessed an atmosphere thick enough to support some form of liquid. What cataclysm stripped the atmosphere and left the planet to freeze is not currently known. Tremanra. Tremanra is a dwarf planet composed of light magnesium silicates, with deposits of aluminum. Its surface is covered by wide swaths of ancient dark basaltic lava, possibly indicating the world was created through an impact with some other body in the system. Tremanra's magnetic field is non-existent. This makes it impossible for ships to dump drive charge from orbit. That said, Tremanra's minuscule gravity allows even cruiser-sized vessels to land safely for direct grounding. Daedalus. Okay, so we can land on that, but I haven't been there yet, I don't think. Or maybe I have, because this might have been the planet that I had to land on as part of that side quest. Daedalus is a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Daedalus' surface is covered by wide deserts of silicate sand, with only a few areas of igneous rock highlands to break the abrasive, dust-choked wind. Daedalus' object is congested with debris thrown inwards by the gravity of the gas giant Ontamalka. Due to a high rate of meteor impacts, exploration is highly dangerous. I will suss out to see if I have landed there, but first I just want to make sure I'm making note of the remaining planets in this system to read up on. Ontamalka. Ontamalka is a large hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sulfur in the atmosphere. Its massive gravity well tugs many asteroids from the outer belt inwards, past the orbit of Altair and Daedalus, and eventually settle into the inner belt. Ontamalka's orbit is congested with hundreds of captured moons. Most last only a few thousand years before being ejected, dragged down into the atmosphere, or ripped apart by tidal forces and added to the gas giant's immense rings. Attempting to navigate this chaotic environment is hazardous at best. Ships without military-grade kinetic barriers are likely to suffer catastrophic impacts. I actually have read some of these, I think, but I can't remember exactly which ones I have and which ones I haven't, so I'll just keep on going. Alsages. Small, distant Alsages is a small terrestrial with a trace atmosphere of methane and argon. The surface is composed of water, ice, and calcium with occasional deposits of light metals. During the Alliance's pirate suppression campaign in the 2160s, the Batarian Ilawam Ranpara, I have actually read this one, but I'll keep on going, was caught with his frigate Tuneron, grounded in Alsages for drive discharge. When challenged by the cruiser Hyderabad, Ranpara refused to surrender. The Tuneron was destroyed attempting to take off. The debris is strewn across the southern hemisphere. Alright, so Sparta. We've actually... Oh. Daedalus. So let's land on here and see if this is actually where I've gone. I think I had to land as part of that side quest, because some side quests obviously don't need you to land on something. Alright, so I've been here before, but I need to go back and decrypt this, because when I actually tried earlier in the playthrough I wasn't able to, because I didn't have the required level necessary to do that. Alright, so we've definitely landed on that planet now, for sure. Something I want to check now is, because we've actually collected a few different things related to it, is valuable minerals. Okay, so nothing new has changed there. Asari writings, however. Nice. So last time I checked I had 6 out of 10, now there's 7 out of 10, so I'll update my own list for that to match. Nothing changed there. Alright, so that's Artemis Tau, Macedon, Athens, Knossos and Sparta. All sorted. I've read out the stuff, I've surveyed, and I've made note of planets to land on and all that. We haven't landed on Therum, but I'm going to wait, because I did actually say I was going to do some main story stuff. So Artemis Tau. So we're going to need to land, or I need to go, and Knossos has the planet Therum that I haven't landed on. So that is the planet where we need to go anyway for the main mission.
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
If you look close enough, you might see Anakin Skywalker in that lava somewhere. Some people say you can still hear him going, "I hate you!" to Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Only a fool punches a knapsack in the mouth. We should sneak around and pull its tail.
Okay, I guess the game doesn't want me to actually go that route. It's making the Mako do those weird flip fucking shit things. This is the thing about doing so many side things and getting, like, Commander Shepard is level 18 in my playthrough at the moment, and we've only just reached the main story mission where you meet Liara that we're currently on. I took note of all the missions in the game. So in the main mission sense, we've done the prologue on the Normandy Reach the Beacon, and we've done the Citadel, which has a few missions in it. That's all we've done so far up until now, when I've actually been tackling this planet, and I already have the main character up to level 18 already, this early in the main story. Nice, we unlocked this recently. Increases health by 18%, increases damage protection by 6%, still provides soldier talent bonuses. Immunity specialization. There we go. Now this is good. I've got Assassin 6, but Ursa 6 actually gives us much better shields and also much better tech biotic protection. The damage protection stays the same, but considering how low I've got tech biotic protection and shields, it's worth actually swapping over. the music in this game continues to remain awesome. Would you rather play Shadow of the Tomb Raider again on New Game Plus and max difficulty than play through Andromeda that has good graphics, combat, nothing else? Yeah, sometimes it makes you wonder, like the time it takes to play a game all the way through that you're not really liking that much versus one that you love, and the fact that you could have spent the time playing the other one. Shadow of the Tomb Raider New Game Plus can take 15 hours. Andromeda is 80, is it? Not worth the time investment, no. What the fuck? Bullshit. Unless it has a one-hit kill move it can do if you get too close to it. Which if is, that's bullshit. Sorry, Harbinger, I'll redeem that first before I keep going. But it's the Renegade way, Harbinger. We don't care about our teammates just as long as we get the glory of getting the things done. It's the Renegade way. Well, that's how I'm playing the Renegade anyway. A day may come when the courage of men fails, when we forsake our friends and break all bonds of fellowship. But it is not this day, an hour of wolves and shattered shields, when the age of men comes crashing down. But it is not this day. This day, we fight. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Renegade Ship is like, Tali, what are you doing? This is no time to lie down on the job, please. It really is, Harbinger, yeah, and they've quickly become the most annoying enemy for me. Tali, in your performance review, I'm going to say you laid down on the job and was lazy. I know why she was. I'm just, you know, I'm playing as a renegade in this game, and normally whenever I do a first playthrough of a game where you can choose to be either like a happy, smiling person all the time and choosing all the positive stuff and choosing all the negative stuff and being an asshole, I don't normally go for the asshole route the first playthrough. So I'm taking, I'm savoring it as much as possible by also me sometimes saying things like, you know, the Renegade Shepherd would do this, even if it's not an option in the game to do. I'd be like, a true renegade wouldn't give a shit about anyone, even on the same side, and would do everything and anything to get what the Renegade Shepherd wanted, no matter who had to die to get it. However, you don't think that it counts as a spoiler, so I'll say it. You don't see them in Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3. But that is good to know. I definitely don't mind being spoiled about whether enemies are in multiple games. That's for sure, Harbinger, so you're all good. I definitely don't consider that a spoiler. Actually, that reminds me too, like, there's so many things that others consider spoilers too that I don't. Like, for example, if I was going to start a new game and someone came in and said like, oh, there's 10 levels in this game, I'd be like, oh, that's good, thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know. I wouldn't be like, how dare you come in here and tell me how many levels there are in a game. That spoils the story and ending by knowing how many levels there are, which isn't the case, you know what I mean? So I don't mind that either. I don't mind being told how many chapters are in a game or whatnot. I know that's where I need to go, but let's explore this way. I was saying earlier, and I don't know if I'll carry this through when I play Mass Effect 2 and 3, but I was thinking, because I'm doing this playthrough as a Renegade, what I'll do is do Mass Effect 2 as a Paragon, and then do Mass Effect 3 as a Renegade again, to give Commander Shepard a character arc where they started off being a Renegade, and then they all of a sudden started to change to become a Paragon, and throughout the story being a Paragon, but then it's revealed it's just a whole ruse the whole time, and then go back to Renegade Mass Effect 3 to really confuse the characters. Not that there'd be any situations where the character would say, gee, what happened to Shepard? She used to be so evil, but now she's so good. What went on there? I'm sure there's some sort of like verbal recognition that characters have. If you play one style in Mass Effect 1, and then when it comes to 2, because I know obviously there's certain decisions that carry across from one game into the next. I might not play it that way, but I thought that'd be a really interesting 3-act story arc.
It looks like this cavern formed around the ruin, after it was built.
Daryl White. Protheans sure build things homey.
Want to suss out what's up on the top. Hey there, hippie. How's it going? Did you change the redemption prices? No, not lately. Yeah, I don't really change them that often. What happened? Which redeem did you want to redeem? It might be Twitch Mobile then, is it? Yeah, because I used to have 2 separate Arnie impressions, and I decided to actually combine the 2, and when I did that, I changed the point cost. But yeah, apart from that, that's the only thing that I've changed in all the years since channel points were a thing. I can't even remember now what year they introduced them. They just looked in a different order, did they? Oh, I gotcha, yeah. It's kind of like my About Me page. If you see it on the desktop, the format's one way, but then if you see it on a mobile, it's a different way again. Really liking this music. It's so cool. Yeah, sometimes it's annoying because I'm like, this layout looks good on desktop, but then I go to the mobile and it's like, what the hell did they do to it, kind of thing.
Hello? Could somebody help me? Please? Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
I love the Renegade option. Keep it down.
Quit shouting! This place is crawling with Geth.
Sorry, I am a little... Look, my name is Dr. Liara Tassoni. I am an archaeologist. Listen, this thing I'm in is a Prothean security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, all right?
Renegade Shepherd is like, I know this is a really urgent situation for you, Liara, but I'm going to actually waste more of your time by investigating and asking you things. Is it Harmager that's your favorite character, Liara?
How did you end up in there?
I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil! I activated the tower's defenses. I knew the barrier curtains would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please!
Why? Why must we get you out for? You put yourself into that mess. Get yourself out of it. Goodbye.
Your mother is working with Saren. Whose side are you on?
What? I am not on anybody's side. I may be Benezia's daughter, but I'm nothing like her. I have not spoken to her in years. Please, just get me out of here.
No. We'll just leave you here. Goodbye. So, when she said, I'm on nobody's side, a Lord of the Rings quote just came to me from the novel Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers. Treebeard is quoted as saying, I am not altogether on anybody's side, because nobody is altogether on my side, if you understand me. Nobody cares for the woods as I care for them, not even elves nowadays. Of course, he would say that much slower, like, I am not altogether on anybody's side, you know, because Ents only say things if it's worth taking a long time to say them. That's why they're very deliberate on what they're actually saying.
There's some kind of propulsion field in the way.
It's a Prothean barrier curtain. I knew it would keep me safe from the Geth. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please.
Nope. You brought this on yourself. Renegade Shepard doesn't care. You got yourself into this mess.
You shouldn't have been messing with technology you don't understand.
I wasn't going to let the Geth capture me. Besides, I know how it works. Mostly. There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part. The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here. Be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
Oh, Harbinger, we're happy to know that I finally went through and all the gear that I'd been hoarding in this game I actually turned into the Omnigel, finally. There was just so much stuff. I managed to get the Omnigel count to 579 from 0, and Shepard now has 518,724 credits, and we're only doing a main story mission now that's actually really still early in the game. I've already got Shepard to like level 18 as well. The mining laser controls. AX AXB Y AXB Y X.
How did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
We blasted through with the mining laser.
Of course. Yes, that makes sense. Please, get me out of here before more Geth arrive. That button over there should shut down this containment field.
Any idea how we get out of this place?
There is an elevator back in the center of the tower. At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on! I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Saren's looking for the conduit. You're a Prothean expert. He probably wants you to help him find it.
The conduit? But I don't know...
What the hell was that?
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have triggered a seismic event. We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister!
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
He needs to move faster.
If I die in here, I'll kill him. Surrender. Or don't. That would be more fun.
A renegade shepherd would be like, "This ruin's coming down! Please leave so that you can survive." She'd be like, but no. Renegade shepherd would be like, "Kill this fucking piece of shit."
We don't have time to deal with this idiot. Charge!
I like your attitude.
Eat this!
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur. The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
We almost died out there and your pilot is making jokes?
Sometimes Joker's a real ass. Just try to ignore him.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander. But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
Just how old are you exactly?
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn! I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours, but among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
I've got my own theory on why the Protheans disappeared.
With all due respect, Commander, I have heard every theory out there. The problem is finding evidence to support them. The Protheans left remarkably little behind. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
Get to the point.
The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
It's interesting. This kind of thing, when you come to games or stories that use a similar term to explain something. So, the original Mass Effect came out in 2007, and so did the original Assassin's Creed. In Assassin's Creed, Warren Vidic mentions ones who came before. So it's ironic and a coincidence and not a copycat thing to have this game also refer to a species as those who came before. And some might say, well, in Assassin's Creed 1 there's no, we don't see the ones who come before, they're not actually in it. It's like, well, that's true, but they are actually mentioned in the first game that came out in 2007. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you, Senny, as well. Welcome on in. How's the game affecting you today? It's actually going well. Yeah, I didn't have any frustrating sort of like moments with the game like I did yesterday. And going really well. We've only just done another main mission, and I have the character up to level 18 in the story, like level 18 character-wise and everything. And yet this is still one of the early missions in the game, like main missions. I've been doing so many of the side missions. In fact, if I actually have a count, because I'm keeping track, if I have a look at how many side missions I've actually done. I've done 30 side missions so far, and main story wise we just did what would be considered, I guess, the third chapter of the story. Because you've got the prologue, and then you've got the Citadel, and then you've got what I just did just then. Yeah, that's another great thing about this game's music, Crooked. It's really, really good. Like, it's such a great soundtrack. Thanks, dude. Yeah, it's one of those things where doing these missions, these main missions now, I'm almost so OP for the enemies. Although there was an enemy we were fighting and I got right behind it, but it must have a one-hit kill move it can do if you get right behind it. So that was a bit bullshit, but otherwise it hasn't been that difficult yet, because I've been doing so much side stuff.
You're not much of an expert, Doctor. The answer's been standing in front of you the whole time. The Protheans were wiped out by a race of machines, the Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of... How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
Visions? Yes, that makes sense. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear. I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
This isn't helping us find Saren, or the conduit.
Of course, you're right. I am sorry, my scientific curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit, or Saren.
So what good are you? I love the Renegade options in this game.
Looks like we wasted our time here.
Wait, Commander. Saren might try another attempt on my life. I'd feel safer if you let me stay on your ship. Besides, my knowledge of the Protheans might prove useful later.
And her biotics will come in handy when the fighting starts.
Because I'm playing Renegade, this is the choice I need to go with, but this is it's like, yeah, great, another alien.
We've already got every other non-human species on board. Might as well add an Asari to the team.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate, or slept? Dr. Chakwa should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Protheans' true fate. I need some time to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
Go see the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
I'm gonna go yes. Just out of curiosity.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. Tassoni is on the Normandy.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
You are free to act as you see fit, Commander. Our role is to offer guidance and advice.
It's up to you if you're smart enough to listen.
I don't need this.
Communications cut, Commander.
Nice. Okay, so that gives us some more stuff. Okay, secondary codex entries don't have narration, so I'm not worried about them this playthrough. Let's see if anything's changed in primary, and no. Yeah, Crooked, the codex. Yeah, it's interesting when there's certain like key kinds of words or whatnot that get used across multiple games. You got the assassin armor. Yeah, Crooked. Do you also have to collect all the codex pages? Journal. Okay, so now I can update what main missions I've done. So we have done that mission. Which was Liara. Find Liara Tassoni. So I guess That is another main mission done. We have those two available. Let's save. And let's go down to the lower deck and talk to the other characters that we've quote-unquote recruited. Harbinger, what is this? What profit?
Something I can do for you, Commander.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Carry on, Adams.
Checking up on me, Shepard? Don't worry, I'm still here. But as soon as we stop Saren, I'm gone. My
Already heard that dialogue. Alright.
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
Sure. I was just watching some mail from home.
Oh, before I go, we saw Caden in a news vid about the Normandy. He's cute. Later, sis.
Let's pretend this never happened.
Are you interested in the Lieutenant, Chief?
Fraternization is against regulations, ma'am. Don't ask, don't tell. What's up? You didn't come by to eavesdrop on family mail.
Chief, should you be that casual with your commanding officer?
Sorry, Commander. Too much in the family mindset. My sisters and I have always been close. With Dad on duty so much, I had to help Mom raise them.
You have more than one sister? Sounds like a big family.
Yeah, I'm the oldest, then Abby, then Lynn. Sarah's the youngest. She's still in high school. With 4 girls, Dad used to say he felt more outnumbered at home than on maneuvers.
What about your mother? You haven't mentioned her.
You must know what military wives are like. Strong because they have to be, able to raise kids while Dad's away on a 6-month cruise. She has a degree in planetary geology. She and Dad both wanted to see new worlds. She gave up her career to raise us, though.
Did your father serve with the fleet?
Yeah, took any crap posting he could get that offered space time. You know what? He worked his ass off trying to get recognized, but he never made it above serviceman 3rd class. He was real proud when I made Chief. First thing he did was salute.
Where did you grow up?
All over. We transferred a half a dozen times before I finished grade school. You go where personnel command sends you, right? I guess that's why I'm so tight with my sisters. We'd have to leave all our friends every 2 or 3 years.
Next you'll tell me you all ran across green fields singing show tunes.
Don't knock show tunes. I might have to take exception. Things were tense between Sarah and me for a while. Then we bonded.
Sounds like a story. Feel like sharing?
Sarah got herself a boyfriend who wanted to go faster than she did, Mike. I didn't think he was a bad kid, just pushy. Lynn would send me these worried vid mails, and I'd tell her to relax.
Where were you when this was going on?
I was on active duty. Sarah's graduating high school this year. This was only a couple of years back. They were on Amaterasu. At the time, I was assigned to Chernobog. Same cluster, but a dozen Hellwire away. Close enough to talk regularly, too far to make it back in an emergency. I couldn't afford a fast packet flight.
Sounds like that situation didn't last.
Mike thought they'd go for a romantic walk in the woods, because he figured it was past time they did the deed. She levered Mike face first into a tree and left. Didn't have a scratch on her. Good thing Mom and Dad had us all learn some kind of self-defense. I took emergency leave and walked Sarah to school for a few days.
Why didn't you tell the police?
She said it wouldn't solve the real problem, and she and Mike would both become household names. It was a small colony. I said it was her call to make, that we should let her do it her way. Mom was pretty pissed about that.
You said all of your sisters learned self-defense?
Lynn did pistol practice, but didn't like it. She's kind of nervous. Sarah took Aikido. Abby decided to learn the sword. She always was a little weird. Likes big skirts and tops you have to tie her into. They do great things to her figure, though.
So, what did you learn?
One of Dad's friends taught me Marine hand to hand.
Did anything happen while you were home?
My last day out, Mike was waiting for us. Sarah had told her friends, so everyone at school knew what he did. He wasn't happy. I wanted to snap him in half, but Sarah gave me this look, this let me handle it, I need to do this alone look. She kept her cool, God bless her, as he screamed in her face. She just let him vent. Then he tried to punch her. I swear, she just flowed around him. Next thing I knew, he's face down on the sidewalk, and there's blood everywhere.
She cracked him in the face. Good.
When he swung, she wasn't there anymore, and he fell. She helped him stop the bleeding and had me call an ambulance. She told the paramedics he fell. Before they took him to the hospital, Mike touched Sarah's arm. I thought he was gonna end up on the ground again. But he hung his head, whispered, "I'm sorry," and started crying. And she hugged him. The Williams women are a decisive bunch, Commander. We do things when we're ready. Not before, not after.
Now, you were right about one thing. That wasn't interesting. And where was your father during all this?
Dad always wanted to serve in space, but he wanted us to have real ground under our feet. He'd say, space is beautiful, but you can't raise a family there. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees. All times I've enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone. For always roaming with a hungry heart, much have I seen and known, cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments.
Poetry. You gonna bore the enemy to death, Marine?
Dad will work on Geth, but I'll give it a shot. Just like to remember why we fight. Ulysses was my dad's favorite poem. Every time he shipped out, he recorded me reading it. He had a dozen versions when he retired.
He must have been a very boring man.
He also brewed his own beer and played a mean baritone sax. Dad passed on a few years back. He's probably still watching, though.
He's not a zombie, is he?
You know, from heaven, wherever that is. That's not a problem with you, is it? That I believe in God?
That depends on whether you have a problem with people who don't believe in God.
Commander, I'm not some kind of zealot. I believe in God. What everyone else believes is their business. I should get back to my duties. Didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
Yes, you should get back to your duties. Why are you standing around talking to me for? No, just kidding.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am?
So that Mike sounds like a piece of shit, so I'm glad that he got his ass handed to him. Hippie, something about characters telling stories in this game makes you not believe the stories that they're telling. That's the thing, we just have to take what the characters are saying at face value and just, you know, go from there.
Here, in the UAC, we've got guts. Huge guts.
Thanks for redeeming the Bane impression, Drake, and welcome back to you too, dude. How's things going?
Commander, good to see you.
You've been with C-Sec a while. Have you seen much action?
Well, not as much as you, but yeah, I've seen some interesting things.
I bet you have. Anything in particular that stands out?
I remember this Solarian geneticist I was sent to investigate. That case was a bit disturbing.
Drake, it's all good, man. Studying the science of life called biology. Ah, I see now, yep. Yep, hope the study's going well. There's definitely a lot to that.
What happened? Why were you investigating him?
I was tasked with tracking black market trade on the Citadel. Most of it harmless, nothing I needed to pursue. But during the course of my investigation, I noticed an increase in the trade of body parts, organs mostly. We usually get a few of those, but not the numbers I was seeing. We weren't sure if there was a new black market lab or if some freak was harvesting organs from citizens.
You've seen this before on the Citadel?
Every so often, some lab sells unwanted parts through the black market, but they're not as bad as the psychos. I remember this one L-Corps diplomat we caught in my first year on the job. He was hacking people up and selling their organs, had the station in a bit of a panic. But this case wasn't that clear-cut. Turns out there was more going on than we first realized.
If Arnie was stuck on an island, Arnie would eat guts. Anything for protein. It's like Arnie Grills.
So how did you figure out what was happening?
First, we got a hold of a sample and ran DNA tests. The weird thing was, the match led us to a Turian who was still alive and was very convinced he'd never lost his liver. After a bit of digging, I discovered this Turian worked briefly for Dr. Salion, the geneticist. So I went to his lab hoping to find evidence of cloned organ development, but there was nothing. No Salarian hearts, no Turian livers, not one Krogan testicle.
You're kidding, right? Why would anyone want Krogan testicles?
Some Krogan believe that testicle transplants can increase their virility, counteract the effects of the genophage. It doesn't work, but that doesn't stop them from buying. They'll pay up to 10,000 credits each. That's 40,000 for a full set. Somebody's making a killing out there.
So this is going to lead to us getting a quest that we can do from this character. When I was looking at the list of side quests, because I want to keep a document as I'm going through the game to keep track of what I've done, and also in future playthroughs, it'll be a good way to, after I've reset the information, of course, from the ground up, just you know, because there'll be different things that I'll do, because the next time I play this game in the future, it'll most likely be a Paragon playthrough, not a Renegade one. But when I was reading about the side quests, it popped up saying that there's certain ones that you only get if you have these conversations with Garrus, and then also the conversations with Rex. If you don't have those conversations, then you don't unlock some particular quests related to them. Ibby, wait. Drake, take my money. Ibby, wait a minute. 10,000 apiece, 40,000 a set. Who has 4 testicles? Apparently these Krogan want to have that many.
What'd you do about the geneticist?
I brought in some of his employees for interrogation to see if I could get them to talk. While I was interviewing one of them, I came across something suspicious.
Good thinking. Lackeys are always easier to scare.
Exactly. Though in this case it paid off in a different way. One of my detainees started bleeding profusely during the interview. We offered to patch him up and he got frantic, freaked out. I ordered a full exam to find out what was going on. Our medics found incisions all over his body, some of them fresh. That was our big break. These people weren't just Dr. Salion's employees. They were test tubes. Walking, living test tubes.
So he was growing spare parts in his own employees.
Exactly. He cloned their organs right inside their own bodies. Then he harvested them and sold them off. Most of the victims were poor. He'd pay them each a small percentage of the sales, but only if the organs were good. Sometimes an organ wouldn't grow properly, so he'd just leave it in them. Most of them were a mess, but only on the inside, hidden so nobody could see it.
I hope he got what he deserved.
That's the worst part. We never caught him.
Why not? What the hell happened?
He ran, blew his lab, grabbed some of his employees, and headed for the nearest space dock. By the time I found out, his ship was already leaving. He threatened to kill his hostages if we tried to stop him.
But you went after him anyway, right?
I ordered Citadel Defense to shoot him down, but CSEC headquarters countermanded my order. They were worried about the hostages, worried about civilian casualties if the ship was destroyed so close to the Citadel. I told them those hostages were dead anyway. He just used them to make more organs. But they wouldn't listen.
No wonder you hated it there. Those idiots just let him fly away.
Yes, they did. I went to Palin and told him what I thought of him and his policies. He said if I didn't like it, I could quit. Well, I almost did. All they had to do was disable that ship, stop him from running. Maybe the hostages die, maybe they don't, but at least we stopped the bastard responsible for it all.
A few casualties is a small price to pay to stop someone like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those hostages might be wishing they'd died by now anyway. Just wish I could have stopped him. That's all.
The Renegade options. Renegade ship is like, what's a few civilians dying for that?
Do you have any idea what happened to Dr. Salian?
I sent out feelers from time to time, hoping to find something. I thought I'd found him a while back. He changed ships and changed his name to Dr. Hart, his idea of a joke, I guess. I told the military, but they weren't convinced it was him. I got the transponder frequency for his new ship, but I just can't get anyone to check it out.
I'll check out the coordinates when I get a chance.
I was hoping you'd say that, but Commander, take me with you when you go. If it's Salion, I want to be there when you find him.
That's what I'll do, actually. And that'll give me a chance to sort of like see what I think about Garrus as a squad member. But we've now picked up that side quest I was talking about that you don't actually get unless you actually talk to him. And not just at this point either, you have to actually talk to him earlier as well. So we'll keep that in the side mission bank. There's also another one that we can get through Rex. So I'll see if this is the point in the story where we can get it from him. Yeah, I would just like, goodbye. It's so funny in this game when you walk up to a character and be like...
Commander, how are you?
Well, not him. But walk up to be a character and be like...
Commander?
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
And then just walk off. Like, no conversation, nothing like that, just... Hey, goodbye. Okay, see ya, bye.
What do you want, Shepard?
Why did you become a mercenary?
Lots of reasons.
Such as?
Such as, I needed to get out of our system. I needed to eat. I needed to survive.
Why not stay and help your people?
I tried to help. That's why I had to leave.
What happened?
I was betrayed. I was head of a small tribe. We were trying to restore order after the war, but the other tribes were against us. They followed Jared, one of the few warlords who survived the war with the Turians. But he was old, and so were his ideas. He wanted to continue the war. He wanted us to fight. Turians, Solarians, each other. It didn't matter who, as long as we were fighting.
Hey Fuller, welcome. How's it going?
What did you want?
I just wanted Jared to shut up. To stop his ranting. I wanted him to stop leading the tribes astray. But he couldn't understand how much things had changed. We didn't have the numbers to go to war. Even if we did, the genophage made sure we couldn't replenish our numbers fast enough. I told them all to forget about war. We needed to focus on breeding, at least for one generation. And for a while, we were getting through. Some of the tribes started coming around.
I take it the warlord didn't appreciate that.
No, he didn't. He arranged a crush with the tribes. A meeting on neutral ground. He wanted to talk. We met at the Hollows, near the graves of our ancestors. The skulls of our dead laid bare to remind us where we come from, and where we all go. It's as sacred as any Krogan place can be. Violence is forbidden.
Sounds like a trap to me. You must have suspected as much.
I did. But when your father invites you to a crush, well, there are some laws that even we hold sacred.
Jared was your father?
He was, until that day. We talked, but we didn't get anywhere. When it was clear that I wouldn't join him, he gave the signal. His men leapt from the graves of our ancestors like Krogan undead. The few that were loyal to me died quickly. I escaped with my life, but not before I sank my dagger deep into my father's chest. That is why I left, and that's why I'll never go back.
You must have family other than your father. Don't you miss them?
You trying to make me cry, Shepard? I've got some unfinished business with my family, but that's all.
What kind of business?
Before I left, I made an oath to my father's father. I swore to recover my family's battle armor. It was taken from him after the uprising.
What's so important about this armor?
It's a relic. Useless, really. But it was worn by 5 generations of my family before the war. It's rightfully mine. Originally, it was taken by the Turian military. We weren't allowed armor or weapons after the war. Now, it's in the hands of Ton Actus, a Turian scum who collects relics from the war. He's made millions selling Krogan artifacts that were stolen from my people. He's got several bases where he stores his goods, all fortified and guarded. I just don't know which base has my family's armor.
Just tell me where to start looking.
I'll upload the data to your nav system. But Commander, I want to be there when you find him.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
There we go. Now we have his quest that you don't get unless you speak to him the way that I have, and not just at this point too, you have to also talk to him before certain points as well. Drake side with Rex and create genocide. Rex is like, that's what we want to do. And Commander Shepard Renegade will like, sign me up. Where do we go? Rex family armor. Excellent. Alrighty then. Yeah, Drake, I actually really like Rex. There's a really cool thing that he said. Like, I already like the character by that point, but what they said in a certain side quest really increased how much I liked the character when this general was moping about the fact that this consort slash escort slash female alien of pleasure didn't want to you know, be with him forever or something. I don't know, but anyway, Renegade Shepard is like, basically, get off your fucking ass, you lazy shit, moping around about this bullshit. You're a general, act like it, kind of thing. I have to talk to Liara soon. Anyway, and Rex sort of like adds something like that. Like, then the dude is like, yeah, okay, you're right, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then, he complains a bit, and then Rex is like, better than sitting on your ass all day. And I was like, yep. That makes me like the character even more. Crooked, there's definitely lots of dialogue and choices in this game. There is Crooked, and I do believe that there's a certain Assassin's Creed game that also has dialogue choices in it. It was the first one that they actually had dialogue choices in, and apparently at every turn there's a dialogue choice, and apparently it's such a very convoluted story and everything enough as it is without the ability to create multiple endings and all that. I just can't quite put my finger on what that Assassin's Creed game might be. Might have to actually go on an odyssey to actually figure that out. Yeah, Crooked, me too. I wonder which AC game that might be. And, well, there's nothing wrong with games where you have a lot of dialogue choices. Mass Effect from the ground up was designed to be that way, whereas Assassin's Creed wasn't, you know, so it's trying to turn one franchise into something that the other franchise does so well because that franchise was conceived and began as a dialogue choice heavy path sort of thing, you know. It's like games with like Detroit Become Human, you know, they're all from the ground up, so it's natural that you're going to have that. Actually, I might not talk to Liara yet. That might be a good way to act as like a recap of what actually happened, because I'm sure she's going to mention something to what we just went through. But we haven't actually spoken to Dr. Chakawas.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How did you end up serving on an alliance?
Nothing new, nothing new.
Goodbye, Commander.
Okay, so Chakawas doesn't have anything new to say. Is that what Chakwas actually means, Fuller? Chocolates? I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, Caden will probably have some stuff about the main mission that we just did. Alright, let's go up this way and I'll have a look at the quest log. Oh really, is it? It's a nickname that fans have adopted. Dr. Chocolates. Alright, so what we're going to do is, because we got the Garrus one first, we're going to look at that first. Alright, so we need to go to Kepler, Verge, and the Herschel system. Alright, so we have a new place that we can go to, and as I'm going through the game, I'm making sure to keep note of what planets I've already read about and which ones you can land on. So Kepler, Verge, and Herschel. Fuller foreign names hard. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know how they're pronounced.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Commander Shepard, my name is Nasana Dantius. I have a job for you. I can't say any more in an unsecured communication. If you're interested in hearing my offer, meet me on the Citadel so we can talk in person. I'll be waiting in the Diplomat's Lounge on the Presidium.
Alright, we have that. But yeah, because there's some tricky words and sometimes they're pronounced the way that they are spelled, but not all the time too. But that's with any language and stuff. There's always words that you might think is spelt, and that gives you a clue as to how to pronounce it, but it might not be right. Like, Tungel is what I would say for this, but maybe it's Tungel, maybe it's Tungle. Maybe it's Toongel, or maybe the G is pronounced like a J, not a G, you know. There's so many different things that it could be. Okay, so let's start this way. So this is Klobaka. Klobaka is a moderately sized terrestrial world with a hazy hydrocarbon atmosphere. Its surface is mainly composed of chlorides with deposits of solid and liquid form hydrocarbons. Tungol. Tungel is a massive terrestrial world, nearly twice the size of Earth, with a dense atmosphere of nitrogen and ethane. Its scorching hot surface is mainly composed of iron, with extensive deposits of heavy metals and radioactives. It is a mineralogical treasure trove, and many corporations are lobbying for mining rights. Renegade Shepard will be like, take your lobbying elsewhere, before I lobby you over that, cliff. Atoll. Several attempts to chart Matol have been made, but none have been successful. By normal standards, a small rock planet, Matol has a dense atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and argon, with a surprising amount of water vapor. Fogs and rain are common on the barren, lifeless surface. Matol is pleasant enough to be considered a terraforming prospect, though its low mass and the high radiation of the energetic blue star Herschel place it fairly far down on the list. Drake, if you were Commander Shepard, you would want Rex to be your second in command. Yeah. For most of the playthroughs so far, I've actually had Rex as part of the squad whenever going down on the planet's surface. Klugon. Klugon's hydrogen-helium atmosphere is given a fairly dramatic emerald tint by chlorine and ionized gases. It is nearly 100 moons. That's a lot. MSV Fidel. Alright, so this is related to the side quest that we're working on. The Fidel is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design. In addition to the standard cargo bay, the hull has several biological research modules attached. Alright, so for this side mission, I'm going to actually have Garrus. And I've never actually had him yet as part of the squad in this playthrough, so because he wanted as the character to actually go with us on it, I figured that's a good opportunity for me to see what he's like. And his two species don't get along, so it's going to be interesting having both of them on there. Oop. Examines. Oh yeah, that's to examine that. Because I haven't used Garrus yet, I'll have to go in and do some upgrading for him. I guess we can't speak. Drake, you need to ask, what is the purple and orange line for? The one above their heads, you mean? I don't know, to be honest. Plus, I'm past that screen now, so I can't really have a good look, but stats of some kind, I think. Oh, we got some skill points to use. Nice. Shock Trooper, we'll add to that. And Adrenaline Burst Specialization. Reduces the recharge time on Adrenaline Burst by 25%. There we go. Oh, nice. Because I haven't used Garrus yet, we have 57 points to use. And that's cool. He's actually level 19, so that's good. Oops. 57 points. Awesome. Tactical armor. Decryption. Turian agent. The required military service of his people has given Garrus expert training in assault and sniper rifles. Well, we have all these points, we may as well get all that done for that. Okay, tactical armor, it's always good to have. Shield boost, that's good. Unlock assault training. Excellent. Let's bring that up. There we go. And assault rifles. Overkill. Unlock sniper rifles. Increase all that for him. Bring that up. That's him, Drake. That's Rex. Full of those bars. Purple equals biotic, blue equals tech, and red equals combat. Ah, of course, yes. Okay, so decryption. Alright, let's get... And there we go. Like Liara just has a purple bar, she is pure biotic. Ah, of course, yeah, depending on that kind of factor. There we go. Alright, so we've sorted that. Save. Drake, how to show dominance in Mass Effect. Spam crouch to fall on bosses like there is no tomorrow. Just like Jimmy does in Grand Theft Auto 5, except the dumb idiot of a character does it on his dad instead, not on the fucking dude he knocked out. Ah, Jimmy DeSanta. What a piece of shit son he is. Always love running him over in that game. And when the game is like, wasted, you killed Jimmy, I'm like, so? Who gives a shit? Let me keep playing. I don't like Michael's family in GTA 5. If I had my way with the story, they'd all just go away and leave Michael to himself, so Michael could continue his dream as a big movie producer. Michael doesn't need Amanda or his son Jimmy. Or his daughter, whatever her face's name called.
Thank you. Thank you for saving me from those things.
Commander, that's him. That's Dr. Saleon.
What? My name is Hart. Dr. Hart. Please, get me out of here.
Dr. Hart. Drake Renegade Shepard approves. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Jimmy is an entitled piece of shit, like too entitled. Yeah, you know, I mean, and as always, when it comes to me criticizing characters in a game, it's never, ever, ever me criticizing the person who plays the role, because they're playing a character. But the character of Jimmy is a character that I just do not like. And he's one of those characters that gets himself into shit, and when his father calls him out on the shit that he gets him into, he has a childish response back to his father to make it somehow his fault that Jimmy's in the fucking situation. It's like, dude, fucking take responsibility for yourself. You're the fucking idiot making these decisions, and you're the fucking idiot that is causing these idiotic events, you know what I mean? And then the piece of shit has the audacity to drug his father and then steal his vehicle, you know? Now, this is going to be superfluous to actually choose this, because when we spoke to Garrus anyway, he told us that thingamajig, whatever his name was, Dr. Fuckface, we'll call him, changed his name to Dr. Hart, or referred to himself as that, so that's pointless.
Are you sure it's him?
Positive. There's no escape this time, Doctor. I'd harvest your organs first, but we don't have the time.
You're crazy. He's crazy! Please, don't let him do this to me.
Now, I have a feeling that Shepard is not going to just say finish him, but we have to actually do that, and I've got the perfect BTTV emote to use. Finish him!
Put him out of his misery so we can get going.
Do-do-do!
Gladly. Your days of butchering are over, Doctor.
No! Please! Please!
That was satisfying.
Good. Remember that feeling. That's how it should be.
I will, Commander. Well, I guess we're done here.
Salion's medical equipment is stained with the blood of many species, pale blue, violet, orange, and more than a few dark red, but his work has ended here. Time to head back to the Normandy. Fully, your soldier character is pure combat, so for a balanced party would be Liara for pure biotic and Tali for pure tech, but you can mix and match as much as you like. Yeah, that's the thing. I was saying earlier that every player who's played this multiple times has their own ways of doing things, and when it comes to the squad members have their own combinations that they like to use as well. And because I want to replay this game in the future, I probably will, you know, try different combinations and stuff. But for this mission, because Garrus in story said that he wanted to deal with this dude, I thought it'd be a perfect opportunity to actually test him out to see what he's like. Fucking hell, press B, not A, not Y. Drake, Tracy is at least trying even though she's a klutz. You would rather be friends with Laszlo than Jimmy? Oh yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, I would have had a mission where Jimmy basically gets kicked out on his own and has to you know, make his own way in life. Not live off the money that his father has, and then complain about how shitty his life is. It's like, well, go and fucking change it then. You don't like it, Jimmy? Now, why is this skill too low? Why is the decryption skill too low? Come on, game. I thought I had, unless they've increased now. I can't check now, but... Oh, duh, Rod, you idiot, of course. Because I'm using Garrus this time, and I don't normally use him, it's not as strong as that was. Alright, so when we actually are done here with this, I'll actually revisit this area, but with Tali. Hey there, Waffle. Good morning to you, dude. We finally did another main story mission, but now there's more side stuff to do. Drake 4 testicles to harvest. He loves that. Well, I've got to love resting like utter garbage. Yeah, well that's the thing. Being sick is definitely not good. This way I think. Yep. Drake, it's time to show dominance. Hippie, what's your favorite song? Good question. Favorite song? You're just sitting here with your uke thinking about what song you should play. Ah, I got you, Hippie. Yeah, well, there's heaps of songs that I like. So, one of the ones, because I'm a fan of bands like Metallica and Slipknot and Korn and Disturbed, my favorite Metallica song would have to be Wherever I May Roam. That's one of them. One of my favorite Korn songs probably has to be Make Me Bad from Issues. My favorite Disturbed song probably has to be Indestructible. But I also like Foo Fighters as well. And one of my favorite songs of theirs is Everlong. Slipknot, The Blister Exists. I think that's one of my favorite ones for that. I'm not into death metal though, or any other kinds of metal along those lines. And also like what else is there? I mean, there's heaps of other songs from those artists that I do like as well, but those are probably some of my favorite ones from each of those bands. Absolutely, Hippie, yeah, you know. But there's some exceptions with other genres. Like, I'm not a really big fan of country and western, but I do like a few of Johnny Cash's songs, and I think a lot of that is because his songs aren't always, you know, typically what the subject matter of those songs is. You know, some of his stuff had a bit of a more serious and slightly darker edge to it as well. But there's also pop music that I like as well, but not from any artists that are currently big or anything like that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a fan of Miley Cyrus or Katy Perry or Beyonce or, you know. So it's more like pop stars that, you know, some have actually unfortunately passed by now, but whenever I hear their songs, I enjoy them. You know, like Freddie Mercury from Queen, some of David Bowie's stuff. There was actually a band called The Police, and an artist named Sting was actually part of that, and he went off on his own when the band broke up, but some of their music is pretty cool, but it's a lot older style sort of stuff. And then there's a lot of movie music and game music that I like. I'm really big on instrumental music and stuff, and there's just so many good things that you can listen to as well. Drake, here we go. Renegade Shepherd time. If we can get this angling right. There we go, Drake. Rod also listens to Megadeth, right, Rod? You listen to whatever you find catchy. I've heard Megadeth songs, yeah. Yeah, I do like what I've heard of them. And then you get like just one-off things like Pull Me Under is a great song by Dream Theater as well. Hippie, you do not listen to metal at all. Oh, that's fair enough, Hippie. Fuller, favorite One Direction song? Do they have a song called Fuck This Music Sucks? Drake, you remember listening to Zero the Hour, originally by Black Sabbath, covered by Cannibal Corpse? Oh, I haven't actually heard any version of that before, actually, Drake. Only mad lads like us listen to Backstreet Boys. Oh dear, I remember when they were big. But yeah, I was too busy listening to Korn and stuff back then. Hippie Backstreet Boys, you've been playing some Radiohead if you're into that. Ha, teabagged. I don't think I've heard much of their stuff knowing that it's them, you know what I mean? Like, because sometimes I hear a lot of songs and I don't know who sings them. Drake, plus 5% ego boost. Exactly. That reminds me of Duke Nukem Forever, how there's like an ego meter in that. Fuller, Sabbath, AC/DC, Iron Maiden were your jam. Later, Sisters of Mercy and The Cult. Fuck This Music Sucks was their second top 10 hit. It's so funny, whenever I think of the band One Direction, I have this image in my mind of lemmings going in one direction. But of course with lemmings, they will keep on going until they walk off a cliff and die. They don't care because they have no sense of self-preservation. If anyone hasn't played Lemmings before, it was this game where you had all these creatures called lemmings, which are actually real creatures in real life, but the way that they're done in the game is very, very different to the real life ones. At least in the way that they look. I don't actually know if real lemmings are sort of like daredevils who don't really care if they die or not. But in the game, you have different skills that you can apply to the lemmings, and on different difficulties, they don't give you as many of the one skill to actually apply, so you've got to figure out a way to actually make them survive the level. You don't have to save all of them in every mission. There's some levels where there's a certain percentage you're allowed to let die, but if it goes below that percentage, then you don't actually complete the level and you've got to retry it again. But you assign skills to them, like you might give one an umbrella, so that when they fall to their doom, the umbrella opens up and they float down to safety. They also die, obviously, from a certain height, but there is a certain height that they don't die from impact, so you can safely have them go off. You can also get ones that build build bridges, but they only can build a certain amount of steps on the bridge before they actually stop. So if you want them to keep on going, you have to reapply the bridge skill to that lemming. And then you've got different ones that can block a lemming from going off an edge, but it makes them bounce off them and go the other direction. So if there's another trap that's in the other direction and you don't block off that other way too, they'll just walk into it and die. But yeah, it's not a bad puzzle game actually. I wouldn't mind at some point in the future actually streaming it, not to actually complete the game fully, because I don't know if I'd be able to have the patience to do that, but it is a bit of a funny game. Plus the music's quite interesting as well. Full of oh yeah, cool, I caught up with chat. I was just double checking to make sure I caught up with everyone's comment. So that's that mission done. So if I look at journal, Garrus, Dr. Salian is dead, so I'll amend the list of things that I've done. So completed assignments is Garrus. Dr. Salion is dead. There we go. So we unlocked a new system to go and do that. Oh, we got some new things to... Oh, hang on. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay. So we visited the MS Fidel. And I've read about all those planets there. Right, just wanted to double check that. Now let's collect some stuff. Add to the codex, get some XP. We also picked up a new mission at the Citadel, but I'm not going to go there yet. Just want to double check some stuff. Okay, so this weapon's better than what I've got in the pistol category. Okay, so we have a new entry in the primary codex, and this is actually narrated, which is always good, especially if you're a streamer who doesn't always want to read out every single thing, and also gives an opportunity to consume information while doing something like, you know, eating or taking a drink as well, and not having to worry about reading.
Ship mobility dominates space combat. The primary objective is to align the mass accelerator along the bow with the opposing vessel's broadside. Battles typically play out as artillery duels, fought at ranges measured in thousands of kilometers, though assaults through defended mass relays often occur at knife fight ranges, as close as a few dozen kilometers. Most ship-to-ship engagements are skirmishes between patrol vessels of cruiser weight and below, with dreadnoughts and carriers only deployed in full-scale fleet actions. Battles in open space are short and often inconclusive, as the weaker opponent typically disengages. Once a ship enters FTL flight, the combat is effectively over. There are no sensors capable of tracking them, or weapons capable of damaging them. The only way to guarantee an enemy will stand and fight is to attack a location they have a vested interest in, such as a settled world or a strategically important mass relay.
Fuller Space Combat sounds very EVE Online. Never actually played that before, but have heard about it though. I was actually thinking about, you know, like naval combat in games like Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag on the ships and stuff, which is quite fun. And speaking of that game, I can't believe that they still haven't released Skull and Bones yet. But there was great potential for them to do a massive open world pirate game with a very interesting story, with a lot to explore and things like that. And I just do not know why it's taking them 10 plus years, or at least it's almost 10 years since they first announced it, to actually make a game like that. And there's so many examples of good games that do have a massive open world that you can explore, but for some reason with Skull and Bones, they're only really thinking about having sort of like, you know, there's all these ships and stuff, which is fine, but there doesn't seem to be much of a narrative hook really. Like, I could be wrong, but it just seems from what they're revealing, or what they have revealed, is that the story, like, that they mentioned in one of the reveals, just seems to be like a very basic story that just tells you where the character is at the start of the game. Like, imagine a game where there's not really a story to it, but I tell you that you start off as a character that is down on their luck and they don't have anywhere to live, and so they decide to actually rob a bank to get money. And then for the rest of the game, there's no story about any relatives that they might have had who care about them, any friends that they had. There's nothing else in the story but that setup. You know, it seems to me like Skull and Bones is just basically, you're this person who wants to be a captain of a ship. You start off low rank, and then you work your way up to captain. And that seems to be all the story. You know, like, I could be wrong. There might actually be a decent storyline to that game, but it just feels like it's just a basic setup for the gameplay for the rest of the game, without any like story kind of setting up for later stuff. Fully, yep, can't beat a good broadside. A fun game for space broadsides is Rebel Galaxy. Really fun game with a great rock soundtrack. Nice. It's cool when they do that with games, because music can add so much extra on top as well. What else is in the codex? Didn't go all the way down the bottom to that list. Alright, let's do this mission now. The Rex one. Alright, so we need to go to Argos Row. Phoenix. This has now been unlocked because we have this side mission. And that was in Argos Row, so I need to update. Phoenix. Okay, so Tuntao, or Tuntao. So we can land on that. Tuntao is an enormous low-density terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere of methane and helium. Despite being nearly 20 AU from Phoenix, the star's great heat and the insulating thickness of the atmosphere make the surface surprisingly temperate. The crust is mainly composed of sodium and silicon dioxide with deposits of various light metals. While Tuntao is not habitable, the relative pleasantness of the surface conditions make it a popular location for small ships travelling through the Argos Row cluster to land for drive discharge. Alright, so I'm not landing on that planet yet. I just want to read about the other ones first before doing so. Alright, so Patashi. Patashi is a sun-blasted terrestrial world whose atmosphere was blasted away millennia ago by the star Phoenix. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of iron with deposits of tin. Due to its relatively low density, Patashi is tidally locked to Phoenix. Seas of molten light metals cover much of the sunward side. Rare elements surveyed. Detected a deposit of samarium. Okay, now we have Virmire. Virmire is a small terrestrial world with a thin atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of carbonaceous material, water ice, and low-density silicates. Rare but concentrated loads of light metals have been deposited by asteroid impacts. One hemisphere of Virmire is covered by surface deposits of oxidized copper. Approximately 270 years ago, a Turian bulk gas transport was attacked by pirates in the Phoenix system. Damaged, it made a rough landing on Virmire. The heat of the landing melted significant quantities of surface ice, and ruptured shipping containers spilled locks across the surface. Before this evaporated and escaped Virmire's weak gravity, it reacted to cause the widespread rust. Light metal surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a deposit of cobalt. Silsalto. Silsalto is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. It has no remarkable features. Alright. Okay, so, temporarily... let's see if I've got more of these to update. Alrighty then, so UNC locate signs of battle. League medallions. Okay, that hasn't changed, we still have 8 of 10. Prothean artifacts, that hasn't changed, still have 4 out of 7. Asari writings hasn't changed, we still have 7 out of 10. Alright, so metals. Alright, I had 11 light metals listed, now there's 12. And I had 17 rare earths. 16 rare earths out of 20, now I have 17 out of 20. Alright, time to update to say that we've now landed on this planet before. Hidden structure. Anomaly. Debris.
This is the place. My armor's here somewhere.
Sometimes I hate how the enemies can move in such a way that it's almost like your shots stop mattering and impacting them because they're on a slight different angle than you are, even if you're actually aiming at them. That's how it feels like sometimes. It might not look that way, but that's how it feels like sometimes. Waffle, you had a friend in high school that loved this game. Like, I kid you not, he only got a PlayStation so he could play it. Once done, sold the PlayStation, lol. Really? I've never actually heard of someone doing that before. Like, getting a console just for one game, finishing that game, and then getting rid of the console afterwards. Waffle, yep, borrowed a console for a game but never purchased. Well, that's understandable too, as well. Like, I remember, you know, going to video stores that would sometimes, you know, even put, like, you know, the Super Nintendo out on loan for someone, but... Hey, Chronically Clementine, one does not simply sell a console. Sometimes not, because people are like, we don't want that console. Or it's so expensive. Like here in Australia, if I wanted to get a PS5, I'm looking at around $800 Australian. You have every console you ever got except your NES. Your mum sold it when you were 5. Oh really? Chronically? Sold that off? Yeah. Yeah, that was my that was the first console that that I ever actually played. I mean, I didn't buy it. My parents bought it because I was 5 years old at the time. But a lot of fond memories of early in the morning before school, going into the lounge room and you know, turning the TV on, turning the volume down because my parents were still asleep, of course, and just loading up Legend of Zelda or DuckTales or something on the NES. You can do that too with that. That's cool.
This is it. I can't believe my ancestors ever wore this piece of crap, but at least I've got it back.
Whatever, is the Renegade Shepherd response. Waffle, you never did a stores version, but your friends trust you and vice versa. Well, that's good as well. It's good to be able to just borrow and play what you'd like to and then just give it back afterwards. Chronically, yeah, you'd love a PS5, but it's expensive and you needed a new PC. Well, that's it. You know, the amount of money it costs to get a PS5, you may as well wait till you have the difference covered for a PC, you know. Full up PS5 Pro announced now, water-cooled. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, you can't even rely on that. Like, if they announced the PS5 Pro today, what would happen is, when people bought it, some would be like, oh, now the PS5 is going to be cheaper because the Pro's out. But then, that might be a temporary thing because then the companies who are selling them are like, hang on, we still have a pretty high demand for PS5s now that the PS5 Pro is out. How about we actually keep charging the same amount of money for a base PS5 that we have been charging all along? Because no doubt a PS5 Pro would be, you know, $1,000 Australian here by that point. Waffle, you're lame. The first game you did was PC. Used to play a construction game and it had a wheel bucket thing, etc. You're like 7ish, you think. Oh, did it really? It had a wheel and a bucket thing. What was on that Was that on a PC? Yeah. Yeah, it was a long time before I actually owned a PC myself. But I played games on my cousin's ones and that. Full of PC gaming master race. Exactly. Yeah, it's so funny when console gamers get up in arms about PC gamers saying stuff like that. I just find it funny, you know. It's like the whole console wars thing. It's like while these two people are fighting over which is better, the PS5 or the Xbox, I'll just basically take both and all the games on it and, you know, just be playing it while they're fighting over it, you know. But I've always been like that, though. Chronically Clementine, you wish you were more into PC gaming when you were younger and had more time. You'd love getting into applying mods to Mass Effect. It's like a new game. That would be a lot of fun. Especially, too, if you also make your own mods, too. Because that'd be really, really cool to be able to do. Well, for the PC, it wasn't yours, it was your cousin's, but you spent a lot of summers over at his house. You're the same age and grew up as close cousins. Well, that's awesome, Waffle, that you did. You know, it's always great when that happens. Because, you know, you get some relatives that you don't really see that much growing up, and they don't see you much. You know, because, you know, they might be off doing other things, or sometimes, you know, they're a completely different age group than what you are, so they're obviously not going to be, you know, spending a lot of time with you, kind of thing. Here's one reason your name is Waffle, is it? Oh, that's cool. That's good.
Uh-huh. Let's move, people.
Rex touches his grandfather's armor. His expression, thoughtful perhaps, Krogan are hard to read. Then he shakes off his bemusement and grips his gun with renewed purpose. Time to move on. He joined the Waffle clan. Nice. It's like, make sure you've had your daily waffles. Oh, you started the Waffle clan. Okay, that's a wrap on this side mission. But I still want to explore the rest of this planet while we're on it. And how many hours have I put into this game so far? 29 hours and 54 minutes. Waffle, yourself and your two cousins, they are brothers. They don't game anymore, so you're the only one keeping the name alive, lol. You're keeping the name alive, keeping the tradition going. They're like, we can't really do as much as we'd like now, so it's up to you. Carry on the torch. shit. I hit A and B at the same time. That's better. Waffle used to play trios in Halo and absolutely mop people. Oh, did you, dude? It's always cool to have those memories as well. And sometimes too, memories will just pop in at random times, even triggered by something simple as one word that you associate with so many things. So that's cool that you have those memories of that as well. Up. Mercury. Heavy metal surveyed. Large deposit of mercury.
Let's get moving.
Waffle, that was your game. Like for us three, it wasn't fair to the other team. For some odd reason, you played really good together. You used to do 3v6 on custom games and you'd still win, would you? Oh, nice. That'd be satisfying as well, to be able to get that accomplished. It's like when you do challenges with games, you know, like even games where I've done challenges where I've really been frustrated and, you know, it's been annoying and swearing my head off and stuff. Once you actually achieve it, it's such a great feeling because it's like, I went through that, I persevered, I put up with it, you know, I kept on going until it was done, you know, and you feel that satisfying feeling. You may not want to ever do it again, but at least you can get that satisfaction of knowing that you stuck with it and you got it done, and you don't have to do it again. Matriarch's writings recovered. Found one of Matriarch Dillanaga's writings on this body. It's possible the writings came from the nearby ruins. Alright, now let's have a look at journal and let's have a look at this. Alright, so that hasn't changed. League medallions, Prothean artifacts are still the same. Asari writings though, I think we now have 8 out of 10. whereas before I had only registered 7 out of 10. Excellent, there we go. So getting closer on that front. We now have 11 out of 20 heavy metals. Before I had 10. So I'll update that. Return to the Normandy. Make a save. So we finished Rex family armor, so I'll update that in my list of what missions I've already done in this playthrough. Alright, that's that. Oh, wrong place.
Shepard.
Okay, nothing new.
Rex?
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk?
I should get back to my duty, Skipper. Rifles don't maintain themselves. Not yet, anyway. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
Shepard?
Alright. And I'm sure that Tali will just say the same thing.
Checking up on me,
Yep.
Shepard?
Same thing.
Don't worry, I'm still here.
Something I can do for you, Commander.
Same stuff.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Alright, let's have a look at the wiki and side stuff. So the one that we picked up was Asari Diplomacy. Here we go. So that's part of Uncharted Space Assignments. Okay, cool. So I'll have to make that as a separate section. Hey Digital, welcome to you. It's going great, really liking it. Especially a lot of the options for Renegade as well in dialogue are very satisfying. Some, the way that they're worded, don't imply that when you choose them, you're going to hear exactly the same kind of stuff. But there's also times where you'll choose an option thinking it sounds very Renegade-ish, and it's the bottom option, yet when it's actually said, it seems like a more upbeat and positive response, you know. But it has been fun, especially when you get to those moments where you have like a red dialogue option to choose. They're quite fun to see play out.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Rear Admiral Mihailovic, 5th Fleet.
Admiral, I'm on urgent business with the Citadel. Is there something you need?
Let's get one thing clear, Shepard. You might be a specter to the aliens, but to me, you're just another junior officer. Be respectful. I command the 63rd Scout Flotilla. You and the Normandy were slated for my unit after shakedown. Then the Council got their paws, claws, tentacles, whatever. They got them on our ship and you.
Like a Renegade Shepherd would say, I don't like it either, but that's actually agreeing with this dude, and actually, whereas I would be more likely to say something like, that's your problem to deal with, they chose me, so deal with it. Anything else? You know, that kind of response.
Captain Anderson made it clear to me that my assignment came from way up in the brass. They say jump, I say how high.
Remember that when I tell you to jump. I don't begrudge the politician's decision to throw you to the Council. It's an opportunity. I do begrudge this over-designed piece of tin, though.
This ship has saved our lives a dozen times over.
An exaggeration. I've read your reports. This experiment diverted billions from our appropriations bills. For the same price, we could have had a heavy cruiser. But no, we had to make nice to the Turians, throw money at a co-developed boondoggle. I'm here to make an inspection, Commander. Normandy is an Alliance warship. I intend to see she's up to snuff.
Up to snuff, eh? Hi there, Ifriet. It is, yes. My first playthrough of any game in the series, not even the original versions. Decided to play the Renegade path. In case I didn't like the game, I wanted to have something that I could still sink my teeth into until I finished it. But started the playthrough, really am enjoying it. I have actually seen it played before from start to finish, same with 2 and 3. But thought I'd do a Renegade run because of that reason, but also it's just so fun. Please do, she is. So that response that I chose before isn't very like Renegade, but to me, neither was the bottom option in that previous tree either, as well.
Normandy is an Alliance warship, but she's on loan to the Citadel. That means she's not in your chain of command.
I believe there's something wrong with my ears. Did you just contradict me?
This ship is Council property right now, so respectfully, please clear the gangway.
Have it your way, Commander, but expect me to file a report on this.
Good. File your report, and then stick it up my ass, because you're a piece of shit. That's where that character can file it. Digital, no matter how hard you try to do a Renegade run, you always end up going Paragon, do you, Digital? Yeah. I must say that when it comes to games like this, usually, whenever I play them, I'm either straight down the middle, or I'm leaning towards, you know, being, you know, the Paragon, or the, you know, the choice of, you know, most empathy or sympathy, you know, depending on the situation. But for this playthrough, it's like, yeah, do Renegade. Choose all those options. But it is so funny to see some of the characters' reactions as well.
Alliance officials report that a Geth incursion into the Armstrong cluster has been repulsed, with the Geth suffering heavy casualties. In the event of future Geth activity, the Alliance plans to maintain a strong security presence in the area.
Commander Shepard, sorry to bother you. This is Lieutenant Girard down in the docking bay. There is a woman here. She was rescued from Batarian slavers a few weeks ago. She is from Mindwar. I guess she was taken in the raid on your town.
Alright, so I know that this was coming up because of what we chose as our background. Because you have to actually go with one out of the three options, it means whatever option you choose, the other two, you can't get the side missions associated with them at this point in the game. So I chose that as the backstory because I felt that there was a backstory where Shepard was part of like a gang, and that on the surface sounds like it might fit a Renegade version of Shepard the best, but I kind of, when I looked at it, I kind of felt that someone who lived that life and is trying to get away from it, that's not a very Renegade kind of character, I felt. So I decided to choose the Mindwar one because her parents get killed, so does her friends and other family members, and to me that would put a very dark stain on her memories growing up and obviously affect psyche and all that sort of stuff. And my sort of like way to make it fit the Renegade thing was to say like she would have been wanting to join the military, not necessarily because she had reasons to join for, you know, wanting to become, you know, the best that she could be in that, but to use it as an opportunity and a means to get revenge, you know, and whether that's revenge on the actual people who did what they did, or if it's just revenge on any people, and that actually remind them of that. So that's what I went with, and that's why I went with that sort of backstory. Chronically, yeah, the Earthborn story. You only recently learned of an extra quest for the Spacer. Hadn't replayed that since your first playthrough, so exploring it at the moment. That's cool, especially if you weren't expecting it as well, or if it was something that you forgot about. The Midgar one is really interesting, is it? Oh, yeah. So the Renegade option is not now, but I'm going to choose this.
You mean she was taken in the raid that killed my parents?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. She got free somehow, grabbed a gun from one of my guys. Now she's holed up here in the docking bay. She says she wants to die. I hoped you'd talk to her. It's a long shot, but you went through the same thing. The raid. I figured maybe you could talk her out of her tree.
Now, this is more Renegade for me. Let her do it.
Lieutenant, if she wants to die, let her die. That's her choice to make.
Understood, Commander. We'll try to handle her ourselves. Sorry to bother you.
I mean, I guess the more renegade option would have been the bottom one still. In the previous choice. And then get that outcome. So what does it say? I remember me. Taken to the Minbar colony by Vegetarian slavers in the same raid that killed your family. Alright, so we've got a lot of different things to interact with now. Since the last time we were here at the Citadel. Because we did one of the main missions that unlocks new stuff here.
Khaleesa been seen in Al Jalani, Westerland News. Would you answer a few questions for our viewers?
Now I feel Renegade Shepherd would be like go away, but I'm going to go with depends, because depending on what the Renegade options are after that, they might be, you know, very fitting for someone to say.
What sort of questions?
People back home have heard a lot of wild stories about you, Commander. I can give you the chance to set the record straight. What do you say?
I don't have time to justify myself to your viewers. I have a galaxy to save. Excuse me.
Your choice, Shepard.
Hello, Commander.
I think I'll be going.
Sure thing, Commander. You have a good day now.
Have a good day now. Bye-bye then. Hey there, Code. How's it going? You got your delivery. The guy had to take a side area as somebody parked their car to the driveway, but all and all fine and dandy. Well, that's good that you received it, Code, for sure. You know, that is frustrating, though, to have to do that.
Hello, Commander.
Had all packaged up in a trolley, which you use moving the fridge, etc. Oh yeah, one of those. Yeah. Actually, that reminds me, I was watching a show once. I can't remember the name of it now. But there was this vending machine that was being delivered to this spot, and they had to carry it up a really steep flight of stairs, and it was actually at a train station that they had to do this, and they got it all the way up there, and when they did, some guy who was working there, who's in charge of, like, not necessarily security, but I guess security and other reasons as well, he said to them, look, you can't have this here. And they're like, oh yeah, but we're just waiting for the recipient to actually turn up here to collect it or whatnot. And he's like, do you have a permit? And they're like, no, the guy, we were actually waiting on the guy and he has the permits. And the dude is like, sorry, but you're going to have to carry that all the way back down the stairs. So they were like, ugh. So they did. And then the person finally turns up and has what they need and gives it to them. And then they take it back up the stairs. And then the same guy's like, you need to bring it up on the other side. So they had to take it down the stairs again and then take it to the other set of stairs and then take it up that side and leave it there. Talk about rigmarole and talk about having to deal with, you know, some little bit of bullshit stuff.
Not now.
And the other thing is too, I forgot to mention this, but the other thing is too, the guy actually had to pay extra money to get others to help on top as well. You know, so that didn't help. Okay, so we've had a look here. This goes back up to where the ship is docked. Or does it? Hang on. No, that one does. Because it's got the docking bay on it. That goes to the Presidium.
Alliance officials have raided a dangerous cult controlled by a former Alliance officer, Major Kyle. Major Kyle and his cultists refused to surrender and were killed in the resulting firefight.
They sure did. I love that scene too, because Commander Shepard's just like, fuck you, and just shoots him and kills him. Ah, yeah, that's right. So that leads us all to this area. Okay. Oops, hang on. That's not what I want. That's right, I've got to go up this way. Code. Now, if that would have been a rickrolled on the spot, oh yeah. Could you imagine? I mean, it's very fitting for a rickroll, that's for sure. I won't take the elevator again this time, but I want to go back down to the wards.
Hey, Commander Shepard. Good to see you again. Anything you need?
What do you know about specters?
Just the stuff they show in the vids. Some of the other Right. You're probably real busy. Well, see you around, Commander.
Already heard that dialogue. Starburst 822, thank you so much for that follow. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
You're a doctor.
Already heard this too.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander. Nice talking to you.
This isn't a proof of purchase.
It's a bank statement. It shows that I bought something from you and when I bought it.
Well, thank you for buying from me, but this still doesn't prove that you purchased that item from my store.
But I didn't buy anything else here.
How do I know that? If you don't have the proof of purchase, I can't help you.
But...
Sorry.
But, this dude's still trying to get that sorted.
Best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
I'll be the judge of that, Vola shopper.
Welcome back, Earth Clan. Will you be needing supplies for your return to the colonies?
Anything new? No, return, no thanks.
I think I'll be going.
As you say, Earth Clan.
Hey, Commander Shepard, it's me, Conrad Werner. Remember me?
Oh yes, okay. So, this is a side quest that we started. We actually were an arsehole to him, and then he stormed off. So we're just going to be an arsehole to him again, because that's the Renegade way.
You were too busy to talk last time, but that's not a problem. I know you're busy being the first human Spectre and all.
I don't have time for this crap. Go back to whatever hole you crawled out of.
So that's how it is? The rest of us should just let you reap the fame and glory? Well, you're not the only one who can stand up for humanity. I'll show you.
Sure. Go ahead. Renegade Shepard doesn't give a shit. And me, role-playing as Renegade Rod, doesn't give a shit either for this playthrough, but I know the repercussions. But this is a Renegade playthrough, so we told him to get lost, and his quest will end differently, obviously, than what it would if you didn't choose the Renegade stuff with him. That chin looks detachable. Maybe it is. Maybe he secretly got an implant. Like, you're not the only one who can be a badass. I'll show you by putting my life in danger unnecessarily. Renegade Shepard's like, fine, go ahead, see if I care. Oh, did you, Fuller? Yeah, that's understandable when that happens. But welcome back, and I finished off the mission with Liara. I don't know if you were here when that happened, but I finished that. And now I've been getting back into doing side stuff, and we're now at the Citadel, but things have changed since we've done one of those 3 main missions. So there's new stuff here now.
Yes, human, you need something, yes?
Goodbye.
Yes, all right then. Good tidings
You need
to you,
something,
human.
yes? Goodbye. Sorry, we don't sell goodbye here. Can I interest you in what the fuck are you asking for? Alright, cool. So we've looped back up around here. It's funny, earlier in the playthrough, when you have that dude who has that device he's using with the gambling machines, I said, as, you know, Renegade Shepard, that the mission that I'd do it for him, right? But then I sort of thought to myself, a Renegade Shepard would not only agree to do something like that, but a Renegade Shepard would also showcase a bit of a level of, you know, contradictory, kind of like, I know I said that I'd do this, but I've changed my mind now, kind of thing, and actually have Renegade Shepard give the device to the owner of the establishment instead, and then went back to the dude who was the quest giver, who gave us the device, and was like, I gave it to him. And then the dude was like, that was so many years of my life. Renegade Shepard's like, whatever. Your life's not worth anything anyway. Fuller going for a chaotic neutral twist to Renegade. Yeah, like to add a little bit of unpredictability kind of thing too, as well.
There are a few unlicensed vendors who operate out of the markets here. Sometimes they have good stuff for sale.
Sometimes they have crap for sale. Okay, so we went to Flux markets. Haven't been to Cora's Den in this second visit to the Citadel. Even though this is technically my third visit, because I actually came here to complete 2 side quests that had people from here who gave it to me, and I had to come back here after it was all finished. So I waited till I had both of those side quests done. So I've already been here before this point in the main story, I guess you could say.
I got business here, but not with you.
The timing of her head swirling and twirling.
Not now. I'm watching the show.
Full of that chaotic. Yep. Shooting up the place and no one bats an eye. Take a seat, relax. Harkin. Where was he? Ah, there he is.
Go away. let me drink it, please.
I've got a solution for that hiccup. We shoot you in the throat. That'll stop it from happening ever again. Alright, now to go to Presidium locations and re-explore places.
Commander Shepard, could I have another word with you? Hello again, Commander. I've got a proposition for you. Since you helped me get information on the crime syndicate, I've gotten a lot more backing from my publishers. I'm investigating traffic controller conditions now, and I wondered if you could help.
What do you want me to do?
I've heard rumors that the space traffic controllers are overworked to a dangerous degree. I can't get into the control room, but you could. If you planted a bug inside, I could crack the story.
What will this bug allow you to pick up?
Just audio and video. I'm not trying to tap into the traffic control system if that's what you're worried about. I just need to hear and see them in order to correlate their activity with traffic efficiency.
This bug you want me to plant, could it interfere with traffic signals?
Absolutely not. I made certain that the frequencies it uses won't interfere with anything.
Well, that's not good. It should interfere with all that stuff.
If you crack this story, what's likely to happen?
Ideally, there will be calls to improve working conditions by hiring more controllers and upgrading systems. The Council won't pay for improvements voluntarily. This story will provide that pressure.
If you crack this story, what's
Ideally, the Council won't pay for improvements voluntarily. This story
Everyone knows space traffic controllers are overworked. How is this news?
There's a difference between overworked and dangerous. Traffic at the Citadel has increased by 300% in the last century, but traffic controller resources haven't kept up. We already have several last-minute wave-offs per week. Do we have to wait for a full-blown disaster?
Well, Renegade Ship would be like, yes, we do. Goodbye.
I can't promise anything, but I'll see what I can do. Give me the bug.
Excellent. Just place it on a terminal with a good view of the area. Thanks again for your help. In the long run, this story is going to save lives.
Hey there, Starburst. That's true, the first one. Never played any of these games, not even the original versions.
What's with the helmets, Tally? Are all Quarians shy? Or do you not believe in letting outsiders see your faces?
No, living in the clean environment of the flotilla has weakened our immune systems. The environmental suits protect against diseases.
Naturally. Anything that isn't constantly challenged grows weak.
Is there something else I can help you with, Commander?
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
I am Starburst, yeah. Yeah, I really like this game. So it's definitely one that I'll replay again in the future. Before I started the playthrough, I wasn't sure how I would feel about it. So just in case, I thought that doing a first playthrough, playing the Renegade path, would enable me to have something to sink my teeth into in a game that I otherwise might not have liked. But as soon as I started playing it, really started to enjoy it. So it's such a great game. Still very early in the main story, but I've gone and done so many side things, and we now have Shepard up to level 19 now. We're still very early in the story. But I also like the codex entries and the information about the different species, as well as all the different events that have happened in the past before the events of this game started. Your favourite would be 2, and then 3, and then 1. You love them all, though. Yeah, I've been told that 2 is one of those sequels that is like many other sequels that have gone on to be the one that many say is the best one.
Shepard, what can I do for you now?
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
This place seems strange. I wish there were more humans around.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
What have you got?
Information, mostly. Would you like to know about some points
That's
of
right.
interest nearby?
Goodbye.
Fucking
So long,
bartender
Commander.
who doesn't sell
Have
you
a pleasant
drinks. Nisana. Okay. Uh-huh. Alright, so that's who gave us the side quest. But I'm not ready to do that yet. I still want to visit certain spots around this area of the Citadel, and then we'll jump in and do that side mission. I am Starburst, yeah. Oh really, Starburst? That's cool. Yeah, Fuller. It's like, you're a bartender, you're not selling any alcohol or drinks or anything? Jeez. What kind of establishment is that?
The EarthClan Spectre has returned to speak with me.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes. Good day, EarthClan.
Surprised welcome. You have returned, human. Genuine inquiry. What may I do for you this day?
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human.
So the other dude who was there, who gave us a quest earlier, he is probably back at the consorts.
I heard what happened under the Artemis Tau cluster. The Council wasn't too happy about the destruction of those Prothean ruins.
This isn't a game, Ambassador. Shepard's out there trying to stop Saren from destroying the galaxy.
I know. Just try to be a little more careful. The Council's watching you, and we all get judged on how you behave.
Yeah, Starburst, very dodgy bartender.
Yes, Commander?
Oh, Kahoku. He doesn't know. Well, yeah, I haven't spoken to Captain Anderson since I did that mission.
Where can I find Admiral Kahoku?
Last I heard, he was up in the tower trying to get the Council to investigate Bane's death. Is there anything else, Commander?
Come on, game. We've already done that side quest. He's dead now. I thought that the option to talk about him was there because of doing that side quest. I think I've asked him about that.
Any extra intel you can give me on our colony at Pharos?
The entire planet used to be one giant Prothean city, mostly ruins now. But some of the infrastructure is still intact. The colony tried to build on what the Protheans left behind. We lost all contact with them when the Geth attacked.
Oh yeah, Starburst, that's no problem at all. Yeah, especially when there's games that have been out for a long time, and I know people who are big fans of them get excited when they find someone else who's, hasn't played the game before and stuff. And so they want to, excitedly tell the player everything that they know about it and stuff.
Where can I find Admiral Kahoku?
Last I... Is there anything else, Commander?
Last I... Is there anything else, Commander?
I should go.
I'll be here if you need anything.
Really? Can I have a drink? Like an alcoholic one? Do you have one, Captain Anderson? No? Well... That sucks. Maybe there's a conspiracy going on at the Citadel. Something shady going on with the whole situation where you can't buy alcoholic drinks from a bartender in a bar. No wonder why everyone's going to Cora's Den. You can probably get alcohol there. Although, that's also part of the conspiracy because Commander Shepard isn't able to get any alcoholic drinks from Cora's Den either. That I know of anyway. But if so, then that makes that invalid what I just said. But in any case, there's probably still a conspiracy going on at the Citadel about that. Yeah, Starburst. Yeah, and there's some streamers that do like to have backseating happen. I do have some exceptions though where I don't mind it. Like let's say I'm playing a game for the first time and people who have played it know that there's no point trying to open a locked door because you can't get access to it until much later in the story. Like if someone was to tell me, hey, look, there's no point trying to unlock that door at the moment because you're not at the part of the story yet where you get that ability, I'd be like, oh cool, thanks for letting me know. So that kind of thing I don't mind. Because sometimes in games like this, out of curiosity, I try certain things. However, when it comes to things like, exploring games and wanting to just test to see if there's something, like, part of that for me is the fun of playing like a game like this for the first time. Just exploring and figuring out stuff on your own and going over to that spot and saying, hey, there may not be something here, but maybe there's like something to interact with that just has dialogue and nothing more.
I'm telling you, this is not what Jake would want.
Who are you to tell me what my husband would want?
I'm the only person making sense right now. You're endangering your baby.
This baby is the only thing I have left of Jake. I don't care what you think, Michael. It's my decision.
I know you're hurting, Rebecca, but don't let your grief hurt your baby too.
Is this man harassing you, ma'am?
Perhaps you can talk some sense into her.
I don't need anyone to talk sense into me, Michael. I'm not undergoing the treatments.
My sister-in-law here is pregnant, and she's refused to let the baby undergo gene therapy in utero.
Forget it. I don't have time for this.
Who asked you anyway? Forget it, Michael. I'm leaving.
Damn it, Rebecca!
Commander Shepard's like, alrighty then, you take care. You take care. Bye bye then. Starburst makes sense. You love this game so much. You love seeing people enjoy it. It was so fun exploring it the first time. Oh yeah. And that's the great thing too. When you have memories of a game like that, when you actually see other people play it, you want, you know, to see their reactions to that kind of stuff.
Greetings, Earth Clan. How can this humble servant be of use to you?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I always imagine going into a real place and walking up. Like, it'd be like going to a shop and you go up to the counter with nothing and you say, "Hey, how are you?" And then they're like, "I'm going good. Is there anything I can help you with today?" And you just like, "Goodbye," and just walk off and leave. Obviously, in video game logic, the person's like, "That's okay. I'll see you next time." Whereas the store owner might be like, the person behind the counter might be like, "What? Why'd you even bother coming in here for?" It's... Yeah, Starburst. Because that's part of the fun when you play a game for the first time. And it's also like figuring stuff out on your own, not just in the sense of where to go and whatnot, but also what type of character traits do I want to put these skill points into, you know? And someone might come along and say there's no point putting that into that when they've played it a different way, but you think to yourself, well, I want to put points into that skill because I want to play the character differently, you know?
Hello again. The consort is very pleased with everything that you have done for her.
I think I'm done here.
Of course. Come back anytime.
Anytime? I want people to take that literally.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
Is he? That's nice to know, attendant. Why'd your parents call you that? Okay, so that dude, I can't remember, Elcor, that's right. The Elcor who was talking about the consort. I thought he'd be there. Yeah, Starburst. And that's the other thing too, like, in games like this, there has been some questions I've asked chat because I just wanted to get a general idea of something. And that always helps too in games, because if something's not clearly understood by me, what the game's telling me, sometimes I do prefer to ask people in chat who've played the game just to clarify what the game wanted me to do, or what the character actually said to do, that I might not have interpreted right. You were the chosen one. It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them. Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness. I hate you. You are my brother, Anakin. I loved you. Ah. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. That puts a different spin on that scene. Okay, so I think I explored, or re-explored I should say, these spots. So, let's have a look at journal, because I know something else popped up. Yep, so planting a bug. Citadel, remember me. Citadel family matter. You are unable to help Rebecca and Michael resolve their differences regarding what kind of therapy Rebecca's unborn child should have. Hopefully they will work out the problem on their own. And then Renegade Shepard's like, I don't care if they work out the problem on their own. It's not my problem. I missed the part where that's my problem. But now I can add that to missions that I have quote-unquote done. Alright, so this is the Citadel. This is the second visit. Family matter? Done. The fourth estate. Reporter approached you for an interview, refused. There we go, so that's done. So obviously in a future playthrough, I don't want to actually replay the game as a renegade again. So a lot of these quests I'll be doing differently. Alright, let's actually check this out. This Remember Me thing. Even though we said that we weren't going to bother with it. So where is it? In the docking bay. Alright. Harbinger, you added the R because you like the way Arnold says it, and it's fitting when you are burning in lava. It sure is. Like just the other day I was burning in lava and I went burning in lava and I was like, So I know what that's like. I can't believe I lost the game of the floor is lava. No. I don't know when I'm going to do it on the stream, but I do want to actually do a series of streams of the games that have been based off of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, and it has to be a game that is based on a movie that he was actually in. Like, I know there's a lot of Terminator games, but I'm not going to play Terminator games where literally Arnold Schwarzenegger's character isn't in it. Because in games like Terminator Dawn of Fate, while you do actually have his character in it as like an appearance, I think from memory, it's not like he's a character you see the whole time. So there will be some exceptions. Starburst, you watched a Renegade playthrough, you didn't love it. That's understandable, Starburst, too, you know. Because this is the kind of playthrough I don't normally do in games with games in general. So this would be the first game that gives you like a Renegade style playthrough, where I've played it for my first time actually doing that style of playthrough. It was good to see, but Paragon was more your thing. It's good that they do have that sort of like thing, and then you got like the in-between, I guess. I don't know how much changes if you just go the in-between route, really. I guess it just basically cuts you off from any kind of like extra dialogue options, ultimately, when you think about it. Harbinger, in-between isn't good for Mass Effect 1 and 2, isn't it? I see, Harbinger, yeah. Oh, jeez. Sometimes I'm too fast in pressing buttons for the game to actually catch up. I didn't mean to make a second save. And I've passed the 30-hour mark. And practically we've only done the first 3 chapters of the game. Prologue, everything to do with the Citadel stuff, and then the Liara thing. Harbinger, so you need a lot of points to make certain dialogue options available. So if a decision requires 8 Paragon or 8 Renegade and you have 4 on each, then you are stuck. Yeah, Harbinger, exactly. Speaking of that, I haven't checked that for a while. Oh yeah, it looks like we've almost got the second meter filled for Renegade.
Rex, forgive the impertinence, but you are not like the Krogan described in the stories on the flotilla.
When you're young, you go looking for every fight you can. You get older, you realize the best fights will find you.
That's totally understandable. Starburst as well, you know. And games where that's an option, it's good that it is. And lets you play out that kind of like character as well. Which is always good. It's good to have options like that.
Commander, glad to see you.
Just tell me where she is, Lieutenant.
Behind those shipping containers. I've got a sniper position, but I don't think we'll need him. She's only a danger to herself. We've got a sedative to calm her down, but we can't get close to her. Every step we take gets her more wound up.
You seem awfully worried about her.
I'm just doing my job, Commander.
Well, you're talking to a Renegade Shepard at the moment, Lieutenant Gerard.
One way or another, she's coming out of there.
Don't push her too hard. If she seems liable to pull the trigger, back off, or walk away. I am willing to wait her out. Good luck, Commander.
You telling a Renegade Shepard what to do there?
Stop! Stop! What are you?
First, don't point that at me. Second, I'm Commander Shepard, Systems Alliance. Who are you?
Animals don't get names. The Masters put their symbols on her. Hot metal all over her back. She screams when they do it.
Now, I must add that, personally, I would go with, you know, the options that are Paragon and stuff. But for this playthrough, because I wanted to do a Renegade playthrough, I've got to stick with that. So, I'm going to just, you know, be a Renegade towards this character.
I don't want to hear what those bastards called you. I want your name. The one you were born with.
Talitha. They call her that. She doesn't remember the rest. Leave her alone.
What happened to your parents?
She sees them. They're yelling, "Run! Hide!" They hit the Masters. But the Masters, they have lights and hoses. He's melting! Shh! She doesn't want to see that! Don't make her look! Don't look! Stupid! Stupid!
I don't want to hear that. You survived 13 years in a slave pen. You were strong enough to deal with a memory.
She's not strong. She's weak and stupid. All humans are. That's what the Masters say. She sees them. Mommy and Daddy. Burning in white light, melting, going to pieces. They can't even say anything to her. They're dead, Shepard. They try to save her and the Masters burn them. Can she stop remembering now, please?
What's the last thing you remember from Mindoir?
Fires. Smells of smoke and burning meat. Animals screaming as the Masters cage them. As they put the metal to their backs. Put the wires in their brains. She pretends to be dead. If she's dead, she can't work. But they know. She hopes to leave. But they put her in the pen. She didn't fight. She was already broken when they put the wires in.
You couldn't have fought them off when you were a child. They were bigger than you. There were more of them. They would have killed you.
She wants to believe that. She wants to believe nothing would change. She doesn't want to be there anymore. In the pen, in the cages, lying quiet while they do things to her.
Hey, Crooked Toad. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate you doing that. Thank you. And welcome to you and your raiders. I hope everyone's doing well. Hey, Disco Bunny. Hey, Wizard Boz. Hey, Crooked Toad. Welcome on into all of you. I hope everyone's doing well. We're just playing our Renegade playthrough of this first game. I haven't actually played any of these, even the original versions, so I wanted to do a Renegade playthrough. Oh, it's going great, Crooked Toad. I already have like the character of Shepard up to like level 18, I think, but I've just been doing a lot of side stuff. Probably like an hour or two ago, I think by now, I actually did the Liara mission, and now we are doing more side stuff. But it's going really good. I'm having a great one.
How did you get here? Did you escape?
She can't escape. They have chains, wires, needles. You go too far, they take your brains away. Animals like her come. Animals with guns. They make the Masters explode. She tries to fix the Masters so they won't be mad at her. She puts all the reds and purples back in, but they don't move. The other animals take her.
The Marines who rescued you, they were the first humans you'd seen in 13 years. But you tried to heal your captors. Why?
If the animals can see her, then this is real. But it can't be. The wires, the chains, the hitting. This doesn't happen to her. It's another girl. A dirty girl. Stupid girl. She deserves it. It happens to her. Doesn't it? They see her, so it's real. She doesn't want it to be real.
I was on Mindwar. My parents died in the raid.
Lying. You get hit for lying. Get the buzz or the burning. Can't be there. Why are you alive? Why are you? Why aren't you like her? Broken. Only fit to dig and carry.
I fought. My whole family fought and got hit by an artillery strike for their trouble. I got buried under rubble. If they saw me, they left me for dead.
Dead animals can't work. You lose your mommy and daddy, but you don't dig, you don't carry. You stand up. She wishes she could stand up.
I'm gonna take a step towards you now, okay?
No, she's no good! Don't want to be handled again!
Alright, so this option is the low one, which is goodbye.
I'm going to leave now.
Will you let her die? Please, let her. She doesn't.
Alright, so this happens. So what if we do this?
Stay away from her.
Okay, so it automatically goes into this. Alright, so, look. I'm playing a renegade character, so we're gonna go all the way.
I'm gonna take a step towards you now, okay?
She doesn't want... Don't touch her!
I'm gonna take a step towards you now, okay?
No, stay back. I remember me. What I was before. But she doesn't want to remember anymore.
She's gone?
You heard the gunshot, and I'm still standing here.
Oh, yeah. Stupid question. I wanted to save her. Stupid, huh? I mean, she was just a transport detail, but to see her so... Right, you've got things to do, and I've got to collect her.
So I chose all the Renegade options in dialogue, all the red ones, but I didn't get any Renegade points from that, so maybe I wasn't supposed to actually do that. But hey, Renegade Shepard still. It's kind of like, oh well, she couldn't hack it, so she shot herself, kind of thing. But yeah, if I was playing this how I normally play these types of games, I would have not done that, of course. But I've called it a Renegade playthrough, so if I don't do that, then what's the point in putting Renegade in the title? So, but yeah, it is unfortunate though what happened to her. Fuller, a headshot? Hippie, oh no. Fuller, oh you meant you shoot her, but same result, you guess. Ah, you feel bad, Hippie? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. And as much as in this game I've been, you know, wisecracking because of Renegade stuff, there are some side missions where I do like to comment on how it's like, yeah, playing a Renegade in these situations, it kind of feels a bit weird when characters are going through something like that. Yeah, Hippie. Yeah, it's like in my current playthrough of Red Dead 2 where I'm antagonizing everyone, even poor Jack, in that game, and getting all the dialogue from that. It's like, this feels very weird.
Admiral Kahoku, a respected member of the Alliance military, has passed away. The veteran soldier who won the love of his troops during conflict with the Batarians died of natural causes. Kahoku is survived by his wife and 3 children, who are planning a small private memorial service.
Alright, so let's look at journal. I remember me. Despite your best efforts, Talitha took her life. Okay, so let's put that as the quests that we've finished in this playthrough. As I'm going through the game, I'm keeping a document, and obviously each time I start a new playthrough, I'll be going to the list where I've got the missions I've finished and just deleting it all. But I'm still keeping a list in the same document of every single mission that actually exists in the game, and keeping notes on what needs to be done to actually activate it. And also I'm taking notes on what I've actually done decision-wise in this playthrough to make sure that when I do another playthrough in the future, I'm actually able to figure out and remember what I actually chose in this playthrough. Okay, time to do this. Nasana. Presidium level of the Citadel. I did the same thing for Witcher 3, because I hadn't played Witcher 3 before, and I wanted to make sure that I got as many side quests done as possible. Unfortunately, I started that process after some side quests were unavailable because I went past the point of no return, and they deactivated and were despawned. But I kept a log of all the quests in Witcher 3, all the main ones and all the side ones. Not all the contracts though, but the main and side stuff. Well, thinking about your team watching that makes me think that certain members of your squad are more Renegade friendly in their outlook. Rex, Garrus, and Ashley probably. Yeah, that's the thing too, because you know, Garrus has responded positively to a lot of Renegade comments. Harbinger, Renegade is more fitting in Mass Effect 2 for story reasons, so you wouldn't go Paragon for it. Ah, is it? Ah, okay. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, I don't know what I'll do when it comes to Mass Effect 2, because it's not going to be the game I play after I finish this one. But I was thinking about doing this kind of like custom story arc for Shepard, where in this game she's a Renegade, in the next game she's a Paragon, and then people, you know, are thinking, gee, Shepard's changed a lot, hasn't she? And then in the third game just be back to Renegade, as if Shepard was just pretending to be good, you know, just to lull people into a false sense of security, and then just, you know, Be like, haha, suckers. I'm a renegade through and through. But we'll wait and see what happens. Hippie and Joe Mama. I like how no one does anything in this game. In this context. Like, I thought there'd be something like where you'd get penalized and it would say reload save or something. Fuller, playing without going either Paragon or Renegade can be interesting as well, as you have fewer options. Yeah, fewer options make it more challenging as well. And that's good when you have a game that can be played in so many different ways. It adds so much replay value.
Commander Shepard, I am Nasana Dantius. I see you got my message.
You said you had a job offer.
I do. My sister Dahlia is a crewman on a cargo vessel operating out beyond the fringes of the Traverse. Her ship was attacked by privateers. There were no reported survivors.
Your sister Dahlia, huh? Can't help but think of that name, like that name. I can't help but think of the character in Silent Hill named Dahlia.
It was foretold by gyromancy.
You want me to hunt down the people who killed her?
This is where it gets complicated. Last week, I received a message with her voice on it. Dahlia is alive. The rest of the crew was killed, but she was taken prisoner. The slavers demanded a huge ransom from me in exchange for returning her unharmed.
Why didn't the raiders kill Dahlia along with everyone else?
My sister probably told them who she was. My family's very wealthy, Shepard. They must have realized she was worth more to them alive.
You can't negotiate with criminals.
It's too late. I transferred the funds to the account they specified. Only they never released her. They haven't contacted me since. I've made a terrible mistake, Shepard. I'm a diplomatic emissary. By law, I'm required to report any attempted extortion to CSEC immediately. But I was afraid for Dahlia, so I just paid the ransom. Now she's still missing. And if anyone finds out what I did, I could end up in jail.
So Renegade Shepard, we will and truly say, so I have to fix your mess? You were the one that caused this?
You got in over your head and you expect me to pull you out?
This is easy money for you, Shepard. I've already found her. You just need to bring her back. I tracked the ransom payment through several accounts. Eventually, it led to a small mercenary band operating out of the Artemis Tau cluster. I need you to go to the Merc base, take them out, and bring my sister back. You shall be well rewarded.
Can't you hire someone else to do this?
I do not want to take chances with my sister's life. I need a Spectre. Besides, you operate outside official channels. My superiors cannot find out I never reported the ransom in the first place.
Anything you can tell me about the mercs who have your sister?
Pretty much what you'd expect. Rough, dangerous, and well-armed. Nothing a Spectre cannot handle, though.
Fuller, in Witcher 3, did you go Triss or Yen? So, in that playthrough, I wanted to do as many side things as possible. So what I did was, I actually did that quest where Geralt thinks that he's going to have a good time with both Triss and Yennefer. And so they get him into the bedroom and they tie him to the bed. And then they just leave him tied there as a, you know, sucked in for trying to romance both of us kind of thing. So I made sure that I romanced both of them and then got that quest. Because I thought, for my first ever playthrough of Witcher 3, I need to do that quest because it's just so funny. And it serves Geralt right, you know. And what I also love about it is the developers knew that a lot of people would want to choose that option. So I'm glad that they did something to not only make something funny, but also take a bit of a light-hearted jab at gamers that expected something exciting to happen. In fact, they may as well have had Rick do a Rick roll. And who might Femshep have her eye on? That's the thing. I don't even really ship characters together in fiction. because I just can't wrap my head around people wanting fictional characters to, you know, get together. So it's not really something I really consider. So, yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. Remember I mentioned this the other day, memory. Oh, that's okay, Fuller. That's no worries at all. I know what it's like, you know, so much stuff can happen between one time and another that it's hard sometimes to remember, you know, different things.
How'd you find out who was behind the ransom?
I have resources. Contacts and credits can go a long way, especially if you're willing to bend the rules. I already broke the law when I paid the ransom. This couldn't make things any worse.
I got more important things to do than track down your sister.
You're the only one I can turn to, Shepard. Besides, I've already transmitted the coordinates to your ship. Please, just see what you can do. I'll be waiting here when you're done. Yes, Shepard? Did you find my sister?
Oh yeah, Nasana, yeah. Shepard basically made time stand still, but you didn't notice, because she's powerful like that, and she went into the future and got done what needed to be done, and now she just teleported right in front of you. Of course, Shepard hasn't found your sister yet.
I have to go.
Come back and see me when the job is done.
Alright, so that's that. No, I'd rather not leave the Citadel, do the rest of that, and then come back to the Citadel to do this. So we'll switch gears and go to this one where we need to plant the listening device into the Citadel traffic control station.
Hello again. Is there a problem? I'm not detecting any signals from the bug yet.
Oh, nice, you can do this. This is cool. This is cool that you can be a renegade. Like, when we actually got this quest, I was thinking to myself, I wonder if there's a way to fuck over this character as a renegade character. You know, and here we have the perfect opportunity.
I planted the bug. If you aren't getting a signal, they must have found it.
But I never got a signal. They couldn't have found it that quickly.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, of course not. Here, this is what I was going to pay you. Thanks for trying anyway. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should go talk to my publishers about finding another story.
Sorry, Emily Wong. That's awesome, though, that was an option. Sucker. I just love it. I just love being able to do that in this playthrough. I wasn't expecting that. In fact, I accidentally came here. Well, that finished that quest off. Planting a bug. Alright. That is now done. Alright, now I don't think there's anything else that I need to do in the Citadel here. So we'll go and do this. So we need to go to Artemis Tau and Macedon system. Fuller, you just made the fresh coffee. Did you just miss an excellent Renegade moment? Yeah, I accidentally came back to where Emily Wong was standing, who gave us the mission about planting a bug. And I talked to her, and then she asked, you know, have you planted the bug yet? I haven't been getting a signal. And then it came up as a Renegade option to lie and say that you had actually put the bug in there. And then she was like, but they couldn't have discovered it so quickly. And then Renegade Shepard's like, are you calling me a liar? And she's like, no, of course not. And then backpedaled and still paid us anyway.
So tell me, who'd win in a fight between you and Shepard?
Do Krogan size up everyone for a fight, even friends and allies?
Yes.
Rex is just like, yes. Doesn't every species on the planet do that? Fuller, not the one you were thinking of, but you hadn't seen that one though. It was so cool. I was so glad to see the red option in the dialogue pop up, and I was like, yes, this is the exact kind of thing I was hoping would be a choice in that mission.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. XO Presley stands relieved.
Presley. Or Presley.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Commander, Ms. Al-Jalani's story on you just aired. I don't blame you for blowing her off. She should have made a request through channels. I have PR people doing spin control, a little mimetic engineering, and people will forget about this in a week. Just wanted to let you know what the response was back home. I won't keep you any longer. Fifth Fleet out.
There we go. So that's the result of blowing off that reporter. It's a shame that there aren't moments where Renegade Shepard, based on your choices obviously, will actually have extra dialogue in situations like that just now. Because it would have been cool for Renegade Shepard to actually say something on the lines of, meh, whatever. You know, something like that. Artemis Tau and Macedon. Alright, so I've already made note of what planets in this system I've actually read about, and I've also made note of which planets are ones that you can actually land on. So Artemis Tau, Macedon, so Shargila. And that's cool because there was, when I was reading these other planet things, and I've already read this one, but I made note of the fact that you could land here and that I hadn't landed yet, and my thinking was there'll probably be a side mission that brings us here anyway, and here we are. Full of the consequences for many of the side missions show up in Mass Effect 2 and 3. That is really cool that they connected them like that as well, you know, because it helps create a consistency, especially if you are dedicated to playing the character across the games the same way, and that whatever the consequences are, you accept them because that's part of, you know, the type of approach you're having. Hey, good morning, Lucinda. Welcome to you. I hope it's going great. How is Mass Effect going? It's going really, really well. I was saying before how I've spent so much time on side missions that today in this stream I actually got a main story mission done. But then we got some more side stuff. So, we're only really up to like chapter 4, I suppose you could say, with the main story. And I've got Shepard leveled up to like level 18 or 19 or something. And, you know, various armor upgrades and all that type of stuff. So it's been going good, and we just did a couple of side missions with some very kind of like negative results. But that's part of the Renegade playthrough. We actually had a quest giver who wanted us to plant a bug, and I accidentally went back to speak to her because I misunderstood where I needed to go to plant the bug, and the conversation tree showed a red Renegade option which said lie. I've already planted the bug. So I was like, that's right up my alley, and I was actually hoping that I'd get an option like that because I wanted to screw over the quest giver. And so that worked out well. So we lied, said that we actually did it, and then she's like, but I didn't receive a signal from it. That couldn't have been that quick. And then Renegade Shepard's like, are you calling me a liar? She's like, no, of course not. Here's what I promised to pay you. So we still got paid and everything and finished off the quest. So that was really cool. I've done it again. I'm too fast for this game sometimes when pressing the button to save in a save slot. That's what I wanted to save over. There we go. That deals with them. Fuller, in the original you got less XP for kills with the Mako, but it's the same now in Legendary Edition, is it? Yeah, there's something at the start of the game when I was looking at the options that I think asked me something about what I wanted to do with that kind of thing. But I can't remember now what off the top of my head what that was. Fuck. There we go, that's better. You discover evidence that the Asari leading these slavers and Nasana Dantius, an important ambassador on the Citadel, are sisters. You should return to the Presidium and confront Nasana with this. Yeah, we should. Be like, what the hell were you playing at? Tried to fuck over Renegade Shepherd? Actually, I just want to check something for a moment. No, don't have any more points. We got the character to level 19. Oh. There it is. Okay, so before we actually head off back to the Normandy, let's go over this way. Check out this anomaly. Rare element surveyed. Large deposit of thorium. hang on, what do I want? Oh yeah, that's right, that's what I want to look at, journal. Okay, so I need to update my own list to make sure it matches in-game what I've done. Alright, so light metals is still 12 out of 20, same with heavy metals still being 11 out of 20. Rare earths though, I had 17 out of 20, now 18 out of 20. Just make sure the others are still the same as when I last looked at them. Yep. What do we have here? Asari capsule. Matriarch's writings recovered. It's not clear who lived here, but it appears to have been abandoned for some time. The container in the tent held, among other things, one of Matriarch Dilanaga's writings. There we go. Now we have 9 out of 10. Oh, Lucinda, okay, sorry Rod guys, as soon as you typed and sent that message the cats had a spat, then you had to clean up what they messed up during the spat, so you completely missed your greeting. That's okay, Lucinda. Definitely understandable, you know, when those things happen. I hope everything's okay with your cats now and that they've settled down. But yeah, it's going great with Mass Effect. I'm still very early in the story. In fact, we've only done one main story mission this stream. Then we got given more side missions. Playing as a renegade is going well. We actually had a quest where a quest giver wanted us to plant a bug, and we activated the quest and everything. And then when I was ready to actually do it, I misunderstood where I needed to go, and so I ended up back at the quest giver and spoke to her. And then there was a renegade option in dialogue to actually lie to the character and tell them that the bug was already planted. So I chose that because it's the renegade option. And the character was like, oh, but I didn't get any signal from it. And then she's like, they couldn't have got it that fast. And then Shepard's like, are you calling me a liar? And then she's like, no, no. And so we still got all the money and everything that we were going to get from doing it normally. So that was really cool. I'm glad I accidentally went back to the quest giver. Now we need to go back to the Citadel. Fuller, there is an option on leveling. In the original max level was 60, but you can reduce that to 30 in the Legendary Edition with more points per level, so it evens out. Yeah, that was something I wasn't sure on when I started the playthrough. Not having played the original, I wasn't really sure which option would be better. Because sometimes, you know, they might add something extra in the remaster to add extra challenge. Hey Mauler, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining again. Welcome back. Good morning to you. Yeah, Renegade options are the best, Mauler. I should also clarify for people who don't know, but when you actually have dialogue options, let's say you're talking to a character and the character is like, hey, I've got this job for you. The Renegade option on the bottom would be something like, just shut up. Tell me how much you want to give me for doing the job. Right, that would be a Renegade response. However, there's also Renegade dialogue options that don't happen in every conversation, but very specific conversations. If you have your Renegade points up high enough, a red option in dialogue will be given to you, and choosing that will allow you to make a choice using the Renegade points that you have. You don't lose the points when you use them, but I mean to say that's the source of being able to use that dialogue option as well. So you also have Paragon points if you're playing as a Paragon as well. And it's the same kind of thing. There's certain responses in dialogue that you are locked out of if you don't have the right amount of Renegade or Paragon points to cover it. Absolutely, Lucinda, I really am. And there's so much really cool stuff with the histories of the characters and also the race, the different species and different events, and all that kind of stuff. And it just adds extra interest on top as well. Hippie, that rover sounds like a hairdryer now that you really think about it. Oh yeah, especially when I'm doing the boosting with that. That's true, that's a good point, Hippie T. Does sound like that a bit. Well, you're doing great so far. Early yet. How are you, Rod? Well, that's good, Mauler. I hope that continues on for the rest of the day for you as well. And I'm going great. Been really enjoying this. Main story-wise, I did one mission in this stream, and I hadn't done a main story mission for like 2 streams before this. And I'm keeping track of what missions I have done and which ones I haven't, and making notes along the way too. I'm also using a wiki to take note of how many missions there are, and what I'll do is I'll use that document in future playthroughs, but obviously the part of the document where I'm taking note of which quests I've already done, in a new playthrough I'll just delete all that information and start from scratch in that respect. But I still wanted to have a list of all the missions to look at as well. It's the same thing I did for Witcher 3 actually. Plus taking note of key things that I made choices on, so I can do different choices in the future playthrough. Because no doubt, a lot of time will pass between the end of this playthrough and a replay of this game. So I want to be able to refresh my memory. But now we need to speak to this quest giver, because there was information that wasn't revealed to Shepard. Oh. And it's interesting too in this game how you have your different squad members that you can get,
Equalizing interior pressure with
and each one
exterior
individually
atmosphere.
gets their own amount of skill points per
Logged.
leveling up.
The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Like for example, Tali has a lot of upgrades for like hacking and encryption. So it means that when I'm actually trying to decrypt something, because I've got it maxed for her, it means that the strength of the team's skills in that area are really strong. Whereas if I was to choose someone else who I haven't got those certain skills with, and not every character gets all the same skills either as well. So the skills that Tali have that you can upgrade, not all of them are what other characters have too. So if I choose another character as part of the team who doesn't have her level of encryption skill, then I won't be able to decrypt anything. So it's not necessarily something where it's like if you as the main character don't have that up high, that you get locked out of it. It's based on, do you have someone on your team who is skilled in that particular thing, and if you do, upgrading them up to a certain point will allow certain levels of decryption to happen.
Reporter Kalisa Al-Jelani recently attempted to land an interview with Commander Shepard, the first human Spectre. Unfortunately, Shepard refused to answer questions, raising concerns regarding the Spectre's commitment to humanity. We'll have exclusive footage later today.
Exclusive footage, eh? Sure. Okay. No, it's this way. Here we go. So here's the quest giver, Nasana.
Yes, Shepard? Did you find my sister?
Dahlia's dead. I killed her myself. If you don't want to end up like her, start talking!
No need to raise your voice, Commander. Surely you can understand why I lied to you. If people found out my sister was a criminal, I'd be considered a security risk. They'd revoke my clearance, or place me on administrative leave until she was apprehended. That is why I misled you. I could not risk you exposing me. But now that Dahlia is out of the picture, it's no longer a problem.
Do your own dirty work next time.
I am sorry I wasn't honest with you. We have trust issues in my family.
Obviously.
I shall transfer a little something into your account as a token of my appreciation. I'm sure you'll find the amount satisfactory.
Oh, no, 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 no. This is not how Renegade Shepard takes these kinds of things, Nasana. Now, this is what I was talking about for those who haven't played the game before. This red dialogue option, if I don't have enough Renegade points, then this kind of option is unavailable. This one up here would be the Paragon response, if you had enough Paragon points. On this side, the top response is still something a Paragon version would actually say. And then this one is what a Renegade would normally say. However, because I have enough points to use this response, this is actually what we're going to respond with.
I'm a Spectre, not some merc for hire. I can find credits anywhere.
True, but I'm the only one who can authorize you to purchase prototype Asari mods. I will get you added to our manufacturer's preferred client list. I think you'd be very interested in what they have available. Goodbye, Shepard. It has been a pleasure doing business with you. I gave you what you wanted, Shepard. We have nothing more to discuss.
There we go. That's what I think of you.
I gave you what you wanted, Shepard. We have nothing more to discuss.
Mola, kill her. I was surprised that wasn't what was going to happen. Although this is the Citadel, so I imagine that that wouldn't be what would happen. Listen, this will be your last mistake. Boom. There actually has been moments in this game where I've chosen that kind of option and basically Shepard's just gone like, goodbye, boom. So satisfying. Mola, you're so glad someone else is going Renegade in this game. Love you, Rod. Yeah, I thought, before I started playing this game, I thought, I don't know if I'm going to like the game or not. So if not, at least I'll have something to sink my teeth into. But of course, when I started playing the game, I realized that it is a great game, that I do enjoy it, and I was enjoying it, you know. Didn't take long at the start of the playthrough to start enjoying it, so here we are. Lucinda, so was what she gave you actually better than credits or not? That's a good question. She said something about experimental Asari mods, and Asari is the name of her race of people. So I don't really know. We got some more points, so that's good. So I don't really know how beneficial that will actually be or not. And yeah, it's so funny, Lucinda, like that happens all across the board in the Citadel. No reaction whatsoever, no matter how you shoot or whatever. None of the characters respond. No flinching, nothing. They just keep talking or doing what they're doing. Asari diplomacy. Okay, so that's that side quest done. I can mark that off as done. There we go. Let's go back to the Normandy.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another Profile in Courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented chef, Serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more Profiles in Courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance military on the extranet. Keyword, Courage.
The extranet. So that's what the internet is going to be called in like the year 21 something, was it? I think. Not sure.
Biotics is...
But anyway.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Renegade Shepard does not want to stand by. Renegade Shepard will actually walk around and pace for a bit.
Logged. The commanding
very
officer is aboard. XO Presley stands relieved.
Okay, so this is actually where I'm going to end the stream. There's some characters I haven't spoken to yet, but they will have dialogue that will be referencing the last main mission that I did. And because the next stream of this won't be until next week, I want to make sure that I'm not finishing this stream with like a, not really a cliffhanger kind of thing, but I don't want to be unable to do like a recap thing with the next stream of this. So the next stream of this will be next Monday. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Red Dead Redemption 2. If you see me streaming that game, then you know it's become Thursday. That's my Thursday game each week. And I'm doing a playthrough where I'm getting as much of the camp dialogue as possible, doing 2 run-throughs of the game. First phase is a low honor one, so choosing all the options in the game to lower the character's honor level. Then the second phase will be raising it. During the first phase, I'm antagonizing all the characters at camp, not just one-off times, but at every single point during the whole story. And then in the phase 2 run of it, I'll be doing the opposite, where I'll be doing all the greeting of all the characters at camp to get all that to match the fact that I'm doing a high honor playthrough. So that's what I'm currently doing with that one. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Before I go and before we raid out, just wanted to give some shout outs as well. Code Renegade Shepard goes around flipping everyone because it's her job. Exactly, Code. That's the renegade way, you know. Once you become a renegade, you start to find out all these like renegade options to take, and that's definitely one of them. Flipping everyone because it's her job. Mauler, no ending, Rod. Space is infinite like your stream time. Well, this is true, Mauler. I guess from a 4th dimensional perspective, I've got all the time in the world to dedicate to stream just this constantly as well. Because when we look at time, everything that's happening right now is, you know, happening in different parts of the world, but with different people at different points of time. Yet everything that is being experienced right now is happening now. Lucinda, you like to have a good recap. Me too, Lucinda. You know, especially when there's so much stuff to do, and you don't want to be like, oh yeah, we'll start the next new main mission, and then a few days later it's like people who are following might be fine, but people new might be going, I wonder where they're up to in the game. And there's only so much you can recap just by reading the information on the previous mission. But it'll also be a good way to, you know, get me refreshed with the main story as well. Harbinger back to bullying NPCs tomorrow. That is very true, Harbinger. Ah, dear. Yep. I don't normally antagonize certain characters in that game, so this year doing a playthrough like that is really feeling weird. Lucinda, thanks for the stream, Rod. That's absolutely no trouble at all, Lucinda. Thank you for joining too. Want to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Lucinda has been doing some Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's her first playthrough of that game. Had also been doing some Fallout 4 streams lately. Also did a playthrough of the original Resident Evil 2 because that game is actually celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. And she also followed that playthrough up with a stream of the remake of Resident Evil 2. Is also a Stream Raider captain and is also a fan of games like the Dishonored series as well. So definitely recommend Lucinda if there's anything that she streams that you're interested in. But she's a great streamer and very entertaining as well. Same with Mauler. He's been doing some charity streaming along with Dr. Ronnie to fight against MS. So he's got different rewards that are based on donation levels and stuff like that. And it's for a great cause. So Mauler and Dr. Ronnie are collaborating on that. And he's also doing Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag as well, playing through the Freedom Cry DLC next for that game. He's also a streamer of games like Grounded, as well as Goose Goose Duck, and he plays with viewers as well. So if you're a viewer who'd like to play with Mauler while he's live, he's definitely one of those streamers that plays with viewers. Has a great community, very positive, very friendly atmosphere as well. Dr. Ronnie, he's been doing the charity streaming along with Mauler as well. He's actually a doctor and scientist in real life. He's actually working in the field of regenerative medicine, sorry. So working on things like cures for Parkinson's as well as MS as well. Another great streamer, very entertaining. He's also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. And when he streams, he wears a hat and he changes his hat depending on what game he's playing. Mr. Gotai has been doing some Need for Speed Heat. He's also a fan of games like Ghost Recon, as well as Assassin's Creed. And he's going to be doing a playthrough in the future of Outlast 2 on the highest difficulty. No saves, which means if you die at any point in that game, even right at the end, you have to restart the game all the way from the start. Highly recommend checking out Crocotoad as well. Was playing Power Wash Simulator. Haven't actually played that myself, but I have seen a bit of it played. And most recently, I think they added a classic Tomb Raider Lara Croft mansion / manor to that game. Sounds like a lot of fun. So definitely recommend checking out Crocotoad, as well as God with Gun. He was playing some Summer of 58. And I hope that everyone has a good one. Thank you so much for being here. And Fuller, no worries for the stream at all. I hope that you have a good one, Fuller. Lucinda, thank you for the shout out as always. More than happy to give you a shout out, Lucinda. That's absolutely no trouble at all. I hope that everyone has a good one. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing through the OG Assassin's Creed. He's doing his annual series playthrough. And he's doing a stealth challenge with the games in the series that he'll be playing. So a great streamer as well. And he's very knowledgeable about the Assassin's Creed games as well. That's absolutely no worries at all, Mauler, for the shout out as well. I like to say as well sometimes, as well as other words like as well, as well. Rod Legion Ryad instead of raid. Good typing there. But here's a message that can be put in as the raid. But obviously feel free to add your own as well if you'd like to. And here's some that are free follower emotes that are actually Assassin's Creed related as well. So there's that. And I hope that everyone has a good day or night. The next stream for me will be Red Dead 2. Next stream of Mass Effect will be next Monday. Have a good one, and until next time.